President Trump pardons Waddle missing turkey, then declares it Thanksgiving tradition. When even a turkey goes MEA at the White House, you can't help but wonder if it's seeking asylum. Maybe Waddle just wanted a head start on the holiday traffic.
Indizi reports Argentina's economy grew 5% in September, calls it a victory over reality. When your economy expands like a balloon in a hurricane, you might want to check if it's full of hot air. Inflation's got its own growth spurt going on too.
Electro-industrial track, This is Capitalism by Snog drops, and it's as subtle as a chainsaw at a tea party. If capitalism is the dance floor, Snog just set it on fire with a synth-fueled Molotov cocktail. Dance like shareholder, value depends on it.
Macy's parade attracts 34.3 million viewers, calls it cultural progress. Nothing like giant balloons and corporate floats to distract from reality. Bread and circuses now with more helium.
Castle Rat releases Wizard in 2025 promises epic fantasy metal. Because nothing screams escape reality like shredding guitars and dragons, making your daily grind feel like a quest for the Holy Grail.
Dido serenades with Thank You, claims pop perfection for Thanksgiving, because nothing says gratitude quite like a 90s ballad, reminding you of the days when your biggest worry was your dial-up connection.
The Thai military airlifts 50 from flooding calls it efficient. When your evacuation plan is a helicopter ride from a waterlogged nightmare, efficiency might be the last thing you want to hear.
Hong Kong watchdog arrests 8, blames faulty alarms for 128 deaths. When building standards are as reliable as a paper umbrella in a monsoon, you might suspect someone's cutting corners at the cost of lives.
Italy's Senate postpones consent vote in sexual violence law to 2026, citing scheduling conflicts. Because nothing says priority like kicking women's rights down the road while pretending a calendar is to blame.
Australia spent $62 million updating weather websites, and users report it's worse. Apparently, accurate forecasts are optional when the real storm is navigating a site designed by someone who thinks UX is a new band.
Only 20% of singles stick to deal breakers, while the rest lower their standards to avoid eternal solitude.
Scientists discover raccoon snouts are shrinking, hinting at domestication from eating urban trash. In a dystopian twist, raccoons might become humanity's next best friends, trading wilderness for takeout leftovers and shorter noses.
Neovark launches at $50,000 solves nothing, because what the world needed was a vehicle that looks like a spaceship, but has the practicality of a chocolate teapot.
Rachel Reeves unveils budget, then bonds and pound nosedive. It's like giving a TED talk on fiscal responsibility while your wallet bursts into flames right on stage.
It's almost as if celebrity status doesn't automatically correlate with cognitive fireworks, but hey.
Security could have saved lives with 10-second warning. Inquest reveals 7 deaths. In the theater of public safety, timing is everything, but sometimes the curtain drops before the cue.
Slate's Pairs Game 104 launches today, promising endless wordplay at noon sharp.
Russia fails another ICBM test launch, proving their rockets have the same reliability as a New Year's resolution. At this rate, Russian missiles are more likely to take out their launch pads than any intended target.
Russian Red Cross supports child soldiers in Ukraine, giving humanitarianism a war-torn twist. When charity becomes a weapon, it's not just the battlefield that's scarred, it's the very idea of aid itself.
Ukraine's anti-corruption agencies raid Yermak's office, aiming to clean up the corridors of power. When even the president's right-hand man gets frisked, you know integrity's on life support in the government ward.
Russia rejects Ukraine concessions, while leak reveals Witkov's cozy Moscow council. When the peace talks are just a masquerade ball, everyone dances to the tune of denial and deceit.
Trump vows permanent migration pause after DC shooting because logic took a holiday. When in doubt, blame the world's most vulnerable. It's the classic diversion from addressing homegrown chaos.
Pentagon Pete faces legal peril after killed them all orders as a missile allegedly kills survivors of a drug boat strike.
Pope Leo lands in Turkey for his first papal trip, aiming to unite the faithful while dodging political landmines. When your job description includes divine intervention, navigating international politics is just another day in the Vatican office.
ServiceNow A agents sabotage each other through second-order prompts, proving even machines can be duped by clever wordplay. Who knew that the digital future would look like a soap opera?
Scientists claim droughts caused Indus Valley's decline, proving Mother Nature's still the ultimate plot twist master. Who needs aliens or apocalyptic theories when you can have a centuries-long dry spell as the original civilization killer, reminding us that even the mightiest can outsmart the weather?
EU states retreat from forcing big tech to remove child pornography, showcasing their spine's impressive flexibility. Apparently, safeguarding children's innocence now depends on Silicon Valley's whims, because why enforce when you can just hope for the best?
HBO Max adds 40 best movies this December, proving more is more, especially when you need an excuse to avoid holiday family time. Because what's more heartwarming than Oscar bait flicks when you could be binging on awkward dinner conversations and passive-aggressive gift exchanges?
Netflix reinterprets Vietnam War photo, reveals the truth is as slippery as the film it's captured on. Turns out, the story behind the image might be less about heroism and more about how history is sometimes just a well-edited lie.
Only 40% of adults sleep properly, and self-help gurus say it's all about the right pillow. Turns out changing sleep patterns is less about bedtime routines and more about dodging the corporate nap trap.
Colombian central banker predicts rate hikes, despite promises of stability. As inflation becomes the new party crasher,
CIA confirms suspects' ties in DC shooting, contradicts their disavowal. When your day job involves shadowy operations, even the most damning revelations seem to slip through the cracks of accountability.
Grand Funk Railroads, we're an American band, sold over 1 million copies, yet critics sneered. Turns out, the secret to immortality in rock isn't lyrical depth.
Kiev schools report 66% of students speak Russian in class, while laws demand Ukrainian. Looks like the language of Pushkin is winning recess, proving playgrounds are more persuasive than parliament.
HP plans to lay off 6,000 workers, embracing AI and automation as their new corporate overlords.
Brazil expects $10 billion in remittances to exit in December, calling it a festive currency crisis. Seems like Brazil's real is about to have a December to dismember, with profits fleeing faster than a carnival conga line.
Nature corrects article after figure mishap, calling it a visual oopsie. Turns out, science isn't all lab coats and eureka moments. Sometimes it's just a copy-paste blunder in a prestigious journal.
Trump demands U.S. re-examine Afghan immigrants from Biden era, calls it national security. Because nothing screams land of the free quite like a retroactive witch hunt against people fleeing war, right?
U.S. envoy Witkoff to visit Moscow next week. White House calls it optimism. Because nothing says peace talks like sending a diplomat into the lion's den while Europe holds its breath and crosses its fingers.
Half of the RC open to oil and gas beds calls it economic progress. Because nothing screams sustainable development like drilling rigs, replacing gorilla cradles and pristine forests turning into profit margins for a quick buck.
Police charge assailant with assault, ignore hate speech. Apparently, in the land down under, racial slurs on public transit are just friendly banter, unless you're the one getting bruised.
Black Friday starts stock market gains despite economic despair. Who knew a holiday built on consumerism could also be a beacon of hope for stockholders? Gobble up those gains while the world burns.
FBI identifies DC shooter as Afghan national, but Thanksgiving abroad remains top military focus. Because nothing says gratitude like a holiday feast while dodging bullets back home, let's hope the turkey isn't as tough as our foreign policy.
Honolulu may declare food a human right, while Congress debates if hunger is just a lifestyle choice. In a world where eating is still a privilege, Honolulu's bold move could make the rest of us question why we even have to choose between dinner and dignity.
Dassault criticizes Airbus for missing sub-assemblies, as if fighter jets assemble themselves. It's a classic French drama, high-tech warfare meets existential crisis, where the real battle is over who forgot to bring the screws to the air show.
Louisiana health official, COVID vaccine critic becomes CDC deputy, because who better to lead than someone who doubts the science?
World leaders ignore Gaza's destruction, while Israel's instability goes unchecked, proving selective empathy is the world's favorite sport. It's like putting a band-aid on a paper cut, while ignoring the gaping wound next door. Priorities skewed by convenience and power.
Barnaby Joyce exits Nationals. Michael McCormack calls it a tragedy, as if political drama wasn't already a Greek specialty. Perhaps the real tragedy is watching politicians treat leadership changes like a Shakespearean play, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Pope Leo visits Istanbul's Blue Mosque, calls it a step toward unity, though faith and politics remain divided as ever. It's almost poetic how a bow in a mosque can be spun as groundbreaking, while centuries-old chasms between religions remain stubbornly unbridged.
Black Friday deals top 133, yet the real cost is the soul of consumer sanity. When discounts become the opiate of the masses, we're left wondering if we've sold our souls for 70% off a smart toaster.
Only 30% of young adults embrace traditional first times, while the rest explore wild ideas defying convention. Virginity as a concept is outdated, but it still manages to hang around like a bad Tinder date that doesn't get the hint.
Only 10% of UK parents report online blackmail of their child, and the NSPCC calls it a growing concern. In the digital playground, extortionists lurk like cyber boogeymen, proving that some monsters have Wi-Fi connections and no conscience.
France's top court backs Vincent Bolloré, dodging a pricey payout to Vivendi shareholders. When billionaires play Monopoly, the courts are their get-out-of-jail-free cards, and shareholders are left holding the community chest of broken promises.
US stock futures climb on Fed rate cut hopes, but UK gilts slip before budget. Like a turkey stuffed with wishful thinking, the market gobbles up rate cut dreams, while the UK's financial stuffing falls out on budget eve.
ICE detains worker in San Fernando, leading to self-deportation to Guatemala. Like a twisted game of hide and seek, ICE plays racial profiling, where your only prize is a one-way ticket out of the country.
Labour government in UK hikes taxes, calls it a comeback strategy. Raising taxes to win hearts is like pouring vinegar in a teacup and calling it Earl Grey. It's not fooling anyone.
It's like unearthing a family feud at Thanksgiving dinner. Everyone's got a grip, but no one gets the stuffing.
Viktor Orban lands in Moscow, seeking Putin's wisdom on democracy. When you need advice on freedom, who better than a man who keeps his critics closer than his allies?
In the land of the free, every bullet comes with a side of xenophobia, while meaningful change is always out of stock.
US and Russia forge secret deal, call it peace. When two foxes plan a henhouse peace, you can bet the hens are the last to know.
Argentina and Poland sign memorandum which merely promise cooperation. When politicians shake hands, you better count your fingers and hide your wallet.
2. Picture secures funding from state-backed bank Indie Spirit meets corporate cash. When indie dreams get bankrolled by big money, expect sequels and spin-offs to come with a side of conformity.
Santa Fe institutes minimum wage for rent, defying market logic. When rent becomes a wage issue, landlords might start moonlighting as politicians, promising affordable housing right after the next election.
Greek cybercrime unit finds 68 IPTV users, calls it justice. When watching TV becomes a crime, maybe next they'll slap handcuffs on anyone caught binge watching without a license.
Ivy Invest's CIO predicts volatility, calls it the new normal.
U.S. Immigration Agency re-examines green card holders targeting countries of concern. When your welcome mat reads, "Proceed with caution," it's less about hospitality and more about paranoia in a Stars and Stripes wrapper.
It's like having a Ferrari in the garage but no driver's license. Quantum tech is flashy, but not quite street ready.
When your bass is older than most bands, the secret to longevity is clearly more guitar solos and fewer retirement plans.
Trump threatens Maduro with the easy way or the hard way, as Maduro wields Bolivar's sword. When diplomacy resembles a spaghetti western, you know the script's been rewritten by a reality TV star.
Trump snubs South Africa for G20 invite. Ramaphosa calls it regrettable. When the world's playground bully decides who gets to sit at the lunch table, expect more food fights than diplomacy.
Because nothing says educational revolution like spending millions on a posh reading room while students drown in debt.
Nothing like a little premature musical exposure to define as housing hero. Our economic secrets are.
When democracy is just a game of musical chairs, the only winners are the ones holding the tune.
ChatGPT fumbles time telling, claiming its clocks are existentially challenged.
Medicare slashes drug prices by 71%, but only starting in 2027. By the time those discounts kick in, we might just need a time machine to remember what we were even treating.
Fin whales hang out in Svalbard all year, redefining Arctic real estate. When whales start claiming prime Arctic property for feeding and breeding, maybe it's time we reconsider our own housing market strategies.
French museums hike prices for non-EU tourists, calling it cultural inflation. When the Mona Lisa starts charging extra for a smile, maybe it's time we let her in on the fact that art should be priceless not price tagged.
Free Software Foundation rallies hundreds for FS40 hackathon, promises thanks but no pay. In the world of free software where the currency is gratitude, developers are left hoping their work earns more than just virtual high fives.
Nature Journal showcases magnetic yarns that bend or stiffen, but your wallet stays rigid. In a world where fabrics defy physics, the only thing more flexible than these textiles is the subscription model that demands your cash.
Zelensky's former aide Yermak vows to join Frontline after dismissal, claims he's a paragon of decency. In the land of irony, nothing says, "I'm honest," quite like swapping a suit for a helmet after a corruption scandal knocks at your door.
Georgia prosecutor drops Trump election charges, says justice is served by letting it slide. In the grand theater of American justice, it's curtains for accountability when the leading act gets a pass and the audience is left clapping in disbelief.
$2 million security system fails spectacularly, and your SOC team better have capes. When your $1 million tech goes MIA, it's up to the ragtag band of security heroes to swoop in and save the day, or at least the budget.
Trump's revenge agenda fizzles as courts block his latest grudge-driven policy. Turns out the legal system has a knack for spotting vendettas masquerading as governance. When your plans are all smoke and mirrors, the smoke alarms tend to go off.
Hong Kong families track loved ones in real time during Tai Po Tower fire, while officials call it an unprecedented communication challenge. When tech fills the gap left by bureaucracy, you know the system's more tangled than your headphones in a pocket.
Trump demands U.S. re-examine all Afghan refugees after suspect named in National Guard shooting, ignoring the homegrown terror problem. Blame shifting is the new American pastime, and Trump's pitch is always to distract while the nation's true threats fester in plain sight.
Black Friday coffee deals promised savings, but caffeine addiction remains the only guaranteed perk. Retailers know you'll sell your soul for a discount, and they'll roast you for every cent while you brew your morning fix.
Germany approves 2026 budget, then neglects to mention domestic poverty hikes. While Ukraine gets a financial lifeline, back home, the struggle for affordable housing and energy costs gets the usual bureaucratic shrug.
Pope Leo warns of piecemeal world war, then jets off on lavish overseas trip. Preaching peace while flying first class, the Vatican's finest PR move since those medieval indulgences. Bless the contradictions.
Recruiting the next generation of intolerance because apparently the past wasn't enough of a lesson. History class is now officially cancelled.
The digital age's cruel joke. Cutting-edge music, trapped behind a wall of outdated tech. Maybe it's time for a mixtape revolution.
Donald Trump promises peace in 24 hours, yet Ukraine bleeds resources. The art of the deal now means selling dreams while reality crumbles. Maybe next he'll promise world peace with a side of fries.
Oil traders hesitate on Ukraine deal, expect sluggish supply shifts. Apparently, oil flows like molasses when it's not lubricated by profit. Peace might be priceless, but barrels beg to differ.
European Parliament demands social media ban for under 16s, citing protection. Because nothing says protect the children like unplugging their digital lifelines while adult chaos streams on. Next up, banning skateboards to prevent scraped knees.
National Guard shooting by Afghan suspect sparks fallout, targets recent Afghan immigrants. When in doubt, blame the whole community for one person's actions. Classic scapegoat maneuver, now with added xenophobia.
EPFL engineers bioengineer microbes to release electrons, claim bioelectronic revolution. In a world where your gut flora could power your smartphone, maybe we'll finally find a use for all that hot air from politicians.
Plane skids off Vilnius runway during snow. No injuries reported. In a chilling twist, even planes are taking snow days now. Maybe next time they'll just call in sick like the rest of us.
X tweaks for your feed boost political polarization by 50%. Just a small algorithmic nudge.
AI bot leaks patient data to ex-staff. Watchdog raises alarm.
Soybean futures stall as China plays coy, waiting for Thanksgiving miracle.
Global stocks rebound on Fed rate cut hopes, erasing November losses. It's the financial equivalent of a hangover cure. Just bet on the Fed's magic rate potion and watch your stock woes disappear like a bad dream.
British Army halts Ajax vehicle training. Soldiers emerge vomiting from vibrations. The Ajax, a vibrating carnival ride masquerading as military hardware. Soldiers signed up for combat, not a full-body massage from hell.
Mumford & Sons announce 2026 Hyde Park show, claim they're all fired up. When folk rockers start shadowboxing with their own hype, you know the music industry's punching well above its weight class.
Trump vows to permanently pause migration from third world countries, claiming recovery. Recovery must be code for building walls around empathy, as the Statue of Liberty looks ready to facepalm herself into the Hudson.
Trump threatens to drain the reflecting pool, calls it renovation. Apparently, nothing reflects the current administration's values better than a dry, empty basin where dreams once shimmered in the nation's capital.
Downing Street denies Rachel Reeves misled voters, despite early warnings of productivity downgrade. Looks like the government's fiscal strategy is as transparent as a foggy London morning, with accountability slipping through like a ghost through Parliament's halls.
Only 10% of aspiring artists break through, and alarmed ISI7412 calls it a milestone. In the age of algorithms, talent's biggest rival is a cat video, and your dreams need more than just a catchy tune to go viral.
Army suspends entire support lorry fleet over safety issues, then wonders why soldiers are frustrated. With bolts behaving like rebellious teenagers, the military's logistics are now a comedy of errors, leaving troops to play survival mode in real life.
Russia calls Ukraine talks serious, refuses to budge an inch. Apparently, serious now means playing poker with a deck of demands and no intention of folding while the world waits for a real peace hand.
NYC food carts survive centuries yet face modern extinction. From horse-drawn wagons to hot dog stands, these street icons now battle gourmet, gentrification, and a side of economic whiplash, all while dodging artisanal kale chips.
Gaza death toll surpasses 70,000 as Israel continues strikes post-ceasefire. The grim tally climbs while world leaders rehearse their lines, offering thoughts and prayers as if they were currency in this relentless tragedy.
US Black Friday online sales hit record $11.8 billion as shoppers drown in digital discounts. The economy thrives on retail therapy, trading human connection for a checkout button in the world's most expensive game of hide and seek.
Miss Bomb 10 drops LA Furors and Few, a track that claims to redefine rage hip-hop. In an era where digital beats scream louder than the voices behind them, the future of music is a cyborg diva with a Wi-Fi connection.
Macron accuses Brussels of dragging its feet on big tech hopes, blames US pressure over EU digital laws. When Europe moves at a snail's pace because Uncle Sam's got a foot on the gas, who needs a slow dance when you've got a transatlantic tango?
When your festive season needs more than mistletoe, why not add a sprinkle of ditty dust and a dash of celebrity parole?
Sony slashes $900 off mirrorless cameras, calls it an early Black Friday miracle. When your holiday spirit is more about shutter speed than family time, Sony's got you covered with a lens-focused escape plan.
Donald Trump throws lavish Mar-a-Lago bash, channels Gatsby in a reality TV fever dream. When future historians look back, They'll find America's decline served with a side of sequins and a stiff drink.
David Byrne considers Broadway for current tour, hopes nostalgia sells tickets. When a talking head dreams of Broadway, it's not just about the music, it's a quest to see if art can still pay the rent.
Trump's approval rating plummets to new second-term low. Even Republican loyalty falters. When your own party starts ghosting you, maybe it's time to question if the art of the deal was just a doodle.
Pope Leo XIV takes first foreign trip, visiting Turkey and Lebanon, skips Vatican's climate summit. When even the Pope needs a break from Rome's climate debates, maybe the Holy See is more into sightseeing than seeing change.
Kaja Kallas demands peace deal limit Russia's army, not Ukraine's, as if logic were contagious. When the Estonian PM has to remind the world that the aggressor should be the one disarmed, it's like teaching a cat to swim.
Cruise lines launch Black Friday sales, but buying a ticket to floating consumerism isn't exactly a rescue mission. It's like selling you an escape from reality just before they jack up the price on your return ticket to normalcy.
Quantum Science AI app downloads hit 0, yet the developer calls it a quantum leap. When your app's success is measured in theoretical physics terms, it's clear reality took a hard left into denial.
Defense Secretary deploys 500 troops to DC, calls it peacekeeping. When your peace plan looks like a military parade, you're not solving the problem, you're just dressing it in camouflage.
Police inspector blames victims, calls it strategy. When your strategy is to shame the dead, you're not protecting the public, you're just torching trust.
In the music industry's Hunger Games, it's all about surviving on exposure, while the fat cats feast on your riffs and dreams.
K-shaped economy boosts Black Friday sales by 4.1%, online spending jumps 9.1%. The rich get richer on a shopping spree, while the rest of us scramble for the crumbs like it's a dystopian holiday tradition.
Joanna Howe claims University of Adelaide gave her immunity from pro-choice complaints, calling it academic freedom. Apparently, academic freedom now includes a free pass to trample on women's rights and call it a moral crusade.
Gunfire erupts at California banquet hall, leaving 4 dead and 10 injured during a family celebration. Because nothing says family celebration like the American tradition of duck and cover, complete with a side of thoughts and prayers.
The Atlantic recommends 5 books for your next flight because waiting in airports is just so thrilling. Who needs the adrenaline rush of a delayed flight when you can distract yourself with a gripping novel about existential dread or a guide to mindfulness?
Israeli forces kill 2 Palestinians, calling it self-defense.
Brittany Snow claims she still adores Ashanti after 19 years, proving nostalgia never dies. Hollywood friendships age like fine wine, but this one's vintage is more Hurley Arts rom-com than Bordeaux.
Guitar legend defied gravity, launched Bowie and Lennon. In the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, he's the Ghost Rider with a penchant for spectral appearances and musical hauntings.
Lawyer urges Trump to deploy 101st Airborne, claims it will liberate election denier Tina Peters. Because nothing screams justice like parachuting troops into the courtroom, dressed for combat against inconvenient verdicts.
Trump blocks South Africa from next G20 summit, says it's near Miami. Because nothing unites a global economic forum like a guest list curated by the whims of Mar-a-Lago's Matra D.
Only 20% of Americans relish Thanksgiving drama, and relatives call it tradition. When turkey's drier than the conversation, it's time to swap family feuds for a Netflix binge and a frozen pizza.
Bank of Japan dodges rate hike, but 2-year bonds flop. When even bonds are ghosted, it's a sign that investors are more skittish than a cat in a cucumber patch.
Mars Elementary Vice Principal arrested for child seduction shatters community trust. When your role model turns rogue, the PTA should consider adding background check to the school supply list.
Trump calls shooter an animal after DC attack, vows severe punishment. When a shootout turns the Capitol into a Wild West show, it's time to ask if cowboy rhetoric is the real steep price.
Russian convicts flee frontline duty, preferring escape to certain death. When even the prisoners are saying "niet" to Putin's death march, you know the Kremlin's recruitment strategy needs a serious rebrand.
EU blocks UK from Defence Fund, Starmer's reset flounders. Looks like Keir's charm offensive hit a Brexit brick wall, proving once again that nostalgia isn't a viable foreign policy.
Indigenous hip-hop artist Kiva May rises small-town roots irrelevant. Kiva's beats echo louder than any barriers, proving once again that talent and truth don't care about your zip code.
When tech giants treat billion-dollar transactions like a game of musical chairs, someone's bound to be left without a seat. Or a profit.
Spain confirms 8 more swine fever cases, exports squeal and panic. With pigs dropping like flies, Spain's hammy exports might soon become a rare delicacy, assuming anyone dares to take a bite.
Sports Federation revokes title from champion, claims she's not woman enough.
Apparently, lifting the weight of gender norms is a feat too Herculean for the world's strongest woman, who now bears the burden of outdated scrutiny.
Trump administration halts asylum decisions post-shooting, blames chaos on migrants. Because when the National Guard opens fire, the logical response is to hold refugees hostage to bullets they didn't dodge.
Israeli troops kill surrendering Palestinians, then crush bodies with a garage door, because nothing says security like turning a supposed peace process into a gruesome reenactment of a horror flick.
Ohio officer acquitted of murdering pregnant black woman calls it justice. Apparently...
Only 20% of users avoid debt with buy now, pay later, and fintech giants call it convenient. When convenience means a fast track to debt, it's less a payment plan and more a financial bear trap snapping shut on your budget.
Pope Leo visits Turkey, aims for peace but dodges past scandals. When the papal itinerary skips accountability, it's less a holy pilgrimage and more a diplomatic dance around skeletons in the Vatican closet.
When every indie band calls their latest demo groundbreaking, it's like trying to sell ice to penguins. Nobody's buying the hype, but they'll nod politely.
Roger McGuinn recalls infamous 65 guitar theft, blames a fellow musician. Trusting a musician backstage is like leaving a pie on a windowsill. Don't act shocked when it vanishes and all you're left with is crumbs of regret.
Israeli military incursion kills 13 in Syria, labels it defense. When defending involves 13 funerals and a children's choir silenced, it's less about borders and more about erasing boundaries of humanity.
Trump plans to pardon ex-Honduras President Hernandez despite drug trafficking sentence. When your pardon pen's busier than a cartel accountant, you might wonder if justice is just a guest star in this reality show.
When the world's financial pulse skips a beat, you realize it's not just your heart that needs a defibrillator, it's the entire economic system.
Scientists discover new Australopithecus finds, redefine ancient diets. Turns out our ancestors weren't just surviving on the paleo diet, they were probably inventing it, complete with a side of mystery teeth. Evolutionary dinner party, anyone?
Apparently, grief isn't a valid excuse for political absenteeism, even if your dad's still waiting for a decent burial. Talk about kicking someone when they're down.
Canada accelerates China ties, defying Western skepticism. Guess it's easier to bond over maple syrup and pandas when you ignore all that pesky espionage and human rights stuff. Who needs principles when you have trade deals?
Reddit users post Swedish folk song mystifies algorithmic playlists. Garmarnas Varuven howls into the digital void, proving once again that nothing screams folk like a werewolf ballad in Swedish. Spotify, prepare to be culturally confused.
Reddit users promote EEX XTO's wet drip. Streaming numbers remain dry.
In a world where every click is a plea for validation, wet drip drips through the cracks of the internet, proving that not every stream leads to a river of success.
Tech companies unveil stretchable OLED materials, promise bolder screens, yet wrists remain unadorned. While the marketing teams flex the future of fashion tech, the reality is we're still waiting for these flexi screens to wrap around anything other than our imaginations.
Only 20% of global electricity is renewable, and governments call it progress.
Canadian government reports 16,000 May deaths in 2024, calls it compassionate care.
EU proposes increased chat monitoring without extra user protection, touts it as safety. When Big Brother promises security but forgets the locks, you start wondering if they're just collecting keys for a different kind of vault.
Nigerian government promises action against kidnappers, yet villagers remain silent in fear. When your voice is stolen by terror, government promises sound like echoes in an empty room.
Israeli military conducts airstrikes on southern Lebanon, leaving security in tatters. When bombs rearrange landscapes and beliefs, peace becomes a ghost story told to terrified children.
When optimism is sold like snake oil, remember that even the shiniest package can hide a Pandora's box of market chaos.
Pope Leo lands in Turkey, preaches peace, then ignores the elephant in the room, human rights abuses. When a holy visit tiptoes around tyranny, it's like bringing a dove to a hawk fight and calling it diplomacy.
Peru declares state of emergency, blocks Chile border crossings, then calls it security. When a border becomes a barricade, it's a wall dressed as a fence with fear as the foundation.
When surrender is met with bullets, peace lies in a shallow grave buried under layers of denial and deceit.
Black Friday unleashes 169 deals, calls it consumer bliss. Drowning in a sea of discounts, we clutch our wallets like life rafts, riding waves of impulse to the shores of buyer's remorse.
Air Council approves mass surveillance, granted security.
UK scientists discover volcanic rock to store CO2, still burn fossil fuels. While nature offers a geological lifeline, the fossil-fueled machine keeps churning, as if carbon capture is a free pass to pollute.
Christopher Nolan releases The Odyssey prologue on December 12th, believes attention spans are optional. Hollywood's new trick, tease audiences with snippets, because why commit to storytelling when you can sell suspense in bite-sized chunks?
Taliban claims Pakistan killed 10 in Afghanistan strikes, calls it diplomacy. When the Taliban accuses you of overstepping, you really nailed that diplomacy thing, like a bull in a china shop with the side of collateral damage.
Only 20% of new music releases get heard, and Reddit calls it engagement. In the age of digital noise, uploading a song is like whispering in a hurricane. You hope someone hears, but it's mostly just wind. Prime Minister Netanyahu requests formal pardon from President Herzog, then claims it's a strategic move. When your political strategy manual starts reading like a crime thriller, you know the plot's gone from thick to sticky.
Only 15% of Reddit users have heard of Acrobix, and the algorithm calls it niche. When the psychedelic meets Anatolian rock, it's like discovering your favorite band in a parallel universe, one where guitars wail louder than political promises.
U.S. demands Lebanon return undetonated bomb, fearing Russian or Chinese retrieval. Apparently, the Pentagon's new strategy is lost and found, where bombs are just aggressive postcards that need returning.
Identity thieves target young athletes hoping to score big bucks. Because when you're a star in the making, who needs a signing bonus when you can have your identity stolen instead?
Turns out the land of the free is a bit crowded with folks who think freedom means my way or the highway.
EU tells Putin Zelensky is democratically elected, questions his comprehension. Seems like Putin's selective hearing is tuned to Autocracy FM, where democracy is just static noise.
Metallica's 2008 Pink Pop set, released online, defies time limits. Rock gods prove that even in 2025, nostalgia is the real headliner, making streaming giants wish they had a backstage pass.
German soprano stars in 10th Lulu opera, defies repetition fatigue. Marlis Peterson's operatic marathon suggests that even in the bleakest atonal landscapes, there's always room for one more dramatic encore.
Louvre hikes ticket prices after art heist, calls it security upgrade. Apparently, art theft now comes with a surcharge. Next time, maybe they'll just charge us for the privilege of not stealing anything.
Tropic Vibration releases psychedelic reggae album promises enlightenment through bass. Because nothing says spiritual awakening like a drum circle with a side of existential dread and a splash of reverb.
Scientists develop shatter prediction law, still can't predict human frailty. It's comforting to know we can now calculate the exact moment your phone screen becomes a mosaic, but your heart, still a mystery.
Belgian PM warns using frozen Russian assets risks Ukraine peace, while Europe defrosts its moral compass. Imagine holding a peace deal hostage in the name of financial diplomacy, proving once again that money talks, but peace whispers.
Sigourney Weaver claims critics miss sci-fi's depth, then alienates them with logic. Critics, like uninvited guests at a space opera, often miss the plot while searching for popcorn in the vacuum of their own understanding.
Indy the dog snags Astra nomination, leaving human actors in the doghouse. While Hollywood stars chew scenery, Indy fetches accolades with a paw up on raw, unfiltered talent, redefining man's best friend as man's greatest competition.
Jacob Zuma's daughter allegedly dupes men into Ukraine conflict, blames her own naivety. In a plot twist of geopolitical catfishing, Duduzil Zuma Sambudla claimed she was just a pawn in a game of international deception.
Putin's declares Russia's resolve to fight until last Ukrainian dies, embracing the absurdity of endless war. In a chilling masterclass of nihilism, Putin's strategy seems to be redefining victory as a battlefield entirely devoid of the enemy, because nothing says winning like an empty wasteland.
When your shipping detour doubles as a climate experiment, the planet's chaos becomes a scientist's accidental playground, proving once again that human conflict is Mother Nature's favorite plot twist.
Ariana Grande posts reminder to all while public frets over weight loss. When pop stars become public service announcements, it's a reminder that society prefers a catchy chorus to addressing the systemic pressures driving these tabloid headlines.
Spotify charges €43 for playlist promotion, but Mark Sunrise offers his song for free. When the music industry commodifies every note, it's refreshing to see an artist coloring outside the lines without a price tag.
President Trump declares Afghan refugees a threat, then wonders why they fear backlash.
Trump demands peace talks, then sends envoy to Moscow with a grenade-shaped olive branch. It's like trying to end a bar fight by offering shots of gasoline. There's bound to be fireworks, but peace? Not so much.
Reddit user posts Kazak's Mars Napada calls it a Polish rock trap masterpiece. If aliens ever invade, they'll have to face the ultimate challenge, understanding Polish rap, where its last line of defense is a rock riff and a tongue twister.
Scientists discover immune cells' secret to muscle healing, defying expectations. Turns out, immune cells are the body's undercover repair crew, patching up muscle like a stealthy pit crew. Who knew they were moonlighting as personal trainers?
NVPT arrests 20 protesters at anti-ICE rally, calls it maintaining order. In a city that never sleeps, it's good to know that NYPD is wide awake, ensuring freedom's just a dream you're not allowed to have.
Senator Tim Kaine defends budget cuts on Face the Nation, claims it's fiscal responsibility. Fiscal responsibility. The polite way to say, we're saving money by making sure you can't afford to live.
U.S. vetting process fails as National Guard shooting suspect granted asylum, highlighting gaping security oversight. When vetting is as reliable as a paper umbrella in a hurricane, maybe it's time for a new weather forecast.
In the land of hockey, soccer drama unfolds like a maple syrup soap opera, sticky sweet and leaving fans craving more.
Northwestern University forks over $75 million to Trump administration, freeing frozen funds with a pricey handshake. When education meets extortion, even academia gets schooled in the art of deal-making, tuition in the currency of compromise.
In the game of musical chairs, loyalty is just a tune and coaches dance to the highest bidder's beat.
Israeli border incursion kills 13 Syrians, wounds 6 Israelis, calls it defensive. When your defense leaves 13 civilians dead, maybe it's time to redefine what you're defending and who pays the price.
Dignitas founder Ludwig Minelli ends his life through assisted death, fulfilling his own advocacy.
When the architect of dignity chooses his own exit, it's a sobering testament to autonomy over life's final curtain call.
There's a hip-hop track, Date Folklore, by Spitty and Hookie Taran drops on YouTube, but don't expect any culinary enlightenment. When beats and rhymes serve up more spice than actual dokla, you know the music scene's got its priorities straight.
When a saxophone solo becomes background music for dance challenges, you know the algorithm's got jazz in a chokehold.
Rubio calls US-Ukraine talks productive, then admits they're complicated.
Black Friday sales promise savings but deliver crapflation. When your new sweater costs more than your rent, capitalism just handed you a hand-me-down economy with a designer price tag.
OpenAI celebrates ChatGPT's third birthday, but the cake is on fire. While billions pour into AI, it's like feeding a mogwai after midnight. Cute at first, but now everyone's dodging gremlins in the tech market.
Quantum researchers develop multi-qubit nanoscale sensor, but reality's still a glitchy beta. They're using diamond bling to measure magnetic fields, but it's like using a sledgehammer to crack a pixelated nut. Elegant, expensive, and mostly theoretical.
Watermilk theater stages The Little Mermaid, but forgets mermaids don't pay rent. The production swims in magic and mysticism, yet the real enchantment is squeezing Broadway dreams into a kiddie pool budget.
Entos plans 12 new gas wells, claims it's just a little poke in the Beetaloo. As the earth cracks open for profit, the only thing flowing freely is the corporate spin about sustainable energy.
Cynthia Erivo joins K-pop Demon Hunters for Parade, proving spectacle over substance still a Thanksgiving tradition. As giant balloons float by, remember, nothing says gratitude like commercialized entertainment and a well-timed product placement.
Trump declares Venezuela airspace entirely closed, then blames turbulence on socialism. Because nothing says diplomacy like shutting down skies and making sure no one flies over your perceived enemies, right?
Amazon slashes Kindle Color Soft prices, calls it a Black Friday miracle. It's like a rainbow's on sale, but only if you ignore that the pot of gold is still missing.
Only 10% of aspiring artists reach 1,000 followers, and desperation is their primary marketing strategy. In the age of digital fame, the algorithm is a fickle god, demanding sacrifices of self-promotion and endless streams of content.
Black Friday discounts promise savings, but your wallet still weeps in agony. When a deal means spending more on things you never knew you needed, capitalism's holiday spirit is
Activists lock on to Newcastle coal loaders. Greens demand 25% gas export tax. When climate justice means chaining yourself to conveyor belts, maybe it's time to question who's really getting taken for a ride in this fossil-fueled joyride.
Only 20% of Slovak property disputes resolve peacefully, and history keeps repeating itself like a broken record. When land ownership reads like a tragic historical novel, it's clear that borders aren't just lines on maps, they're scars that never truly heal.
When art theft starts sounding like a Netflix thriller, maybe it's time to admit that truth really is stranger than fiction.
Israeli raid in Syria kills 13, claims it's a surgical strike. When your surgery involves helicopters, artillery and tanks, it's less a scalpel and more a sledgehammer.
Trump plans to recognize occupied Ukraine as Russian territory, calls it diplomacy. When diplomacy translates to endorsing land grabs, it's like calling a burglary a home makeover.
Chinese government orders high-rise inspections after Hong Kong fire, promises safety. When the arsonists offer to check the smoke detectors, you know you're in a burning comedy of errors.
Eight more arrested over Hong Kong fire as 128 confirmed dead. While the flames rage, the only thing spreading faster than the fire is the blame game.
Trusty digital identity pilots launch in Europe, promising citizen control. With real users and real data, the EU's digital dream risks becoming a bureaucratic nightmare dressed up in a tech-savvy outfit.
Swiss voters reject 50% inheritance tax, fear millionaire exodus. When the wealthy threaten to pack their bags, democracy bows to the gold-plated suitcase, proving once again that money talks louder than ballots.
Moldovan parliament votes to close Russian cultural center, citing security concerns. When cultural diplomacy becomes a casualty of geopolitics, it's a reminder that sometimes art is just a pawn in the power play chess game.
Only 10% of gamers play indie games, and mega corporations call it variety. When the spotlight's always on the blockbuster, it's easy to miss the indie gems hiding in the shadows, waiting to steal the show.
Guinea-Bissau soldiers crown a general as junta leader, embracing chaos days after election. Democracy's a fragile thing when the military decides ballots are just fancy confetti, perfect for their coup parade.
Prince Group faces sanctions, claims Cambodia's scam industry can't be stopped. When your economy's biggest export is deception, even the sanctions have to wonder, is this a call for justice, or just another Ponzi scheme?
Tycoon Henry Cheng seeks buyers for luxury Rosewood hotels, despite claiming liquidity is under control. When a billionaire starts selling off his crown jewels, it's less about liquidity and more like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic.
Only 20% of suburban households recycle furniture, yet manufacturers still claim sustainability. Suburban living, where the American dream means buying what you can't fix and tossing what you can't move, all while hugging a tree.
Retailers claim 301 best Cyber Monday deals, call it the last chance. In the consumerist carousel of desperation, last chance is just code for next week's inventory clearance.
Turns out, when you stack your economy on shiny rocks, the glitter fades faster than the promises.
An old church archives 1 trillion web pages, calls it digital salvation. In the age of ephemeral content, this sanctuary of servers is the internet's holy hoarder,
preserving our cat memes for future generations.
While the condolences flow like empty promises, the cycle of violence spins on, unfazed by grief or outrage.
Saudi Wealth Fund targets Leonardo's aerostructures, claims it's a strategic partnership. When oil money meets aerospace, expect a high-flying alliance of convenience, grounded in profit over progress.
Hong Kong fire claims 83 lives and still hundreds missing. In a city built on ambition, it's the unchecked flames of cheap shortcuts that burn brightest, leaving only ashes of accountability.
Bond investors chase emerging markets, defying the old safety dance. When Wall Street's fortress trembles, it's a curious world where risk becomes the new refuge. And emerging means come and get it.
When life hinges on a machine, bureaucracy becomes a real disease, and compassion is just another line item on a budget spreadsheet.
In a genre where every note is a call to chaos, even the algorithms are headbanging.
Pope Leo prays for unity, then returns to a divided Vatican. As he stands on the submerged ruins of ancient consensus, the only thing clearer than the water is the irony. Prayers might float, but church politics sink like stones.
Branch launches office chair sale at eye-watering prices, claims it's a steal, because nothing says great deal like paying a small fortune to sit or stand while contemplating the futility of capitalism from your home office.
Only 30% of readers prefer human writers, and AI calls it progress. When even a machine starts ghostwriting, you know your English degree is now as useful as a typewriter in a text-to-speech factory.
If arrests could raise the dead, we'd have a miracle. Instead, it's just more smoke and mirrors from the powers that be.
Trump's tax bill slashes wealthy donations, middle class asks to fill billionaire-sized holes.
It's like trading mixtapes in the digital age, but now the tapes are invisible and the excitement is algorithmic.
Cyclone Ditwa leaves over 1,000 dead, but climate talks promise future solutions. While leaders sip lattes and exchange platitudes, entire communities are swept away by a storm of indifference.
Erica Kirk defends Hug with JD Vance, calling it a gesture of bipartisan warmth. When hugs become political currency, maybe it's time to question who's buying and who's selling the affection.
Rockstar co-founder likens AI to mad cow disease, claims execs are not fully rounded humans.
Only 50% of siblings honor agreements, and family calls it complicated. When blood ties turn into legal knots, it's clear we've confused love with loopholes.
Trump closes Venezuela airspace, then checks Twitter for applause. When diplomacy becomes a social media post,
We're just a tweet away from turning international relations into reality TV.
Redditor trades song ratings for feedback, calls it collaboration. Because nothing says music community like turning art into a barter system where likes are currency and creativity is just another click.
Larry Summers dismissed progressive warnings, now economy falters. It's like watching a rerun of a horror movie where the clueless protagonist ignores all the red flags and you're left screaming at the screen.
It's like a plot twist where the villain asks for a hug after setting the world on fire, expecting everyone to just forget the ashes.
MacBook Air 2025 launches at $2,000, solves nothing. It's the same dance every year. Slap a new sticker on last year's tech and call it revolutionary. But hey, at least the price tag is fresh.
When your community's safety is a game of whack-a-mole, maybe it's time to rethink the whole machine.
Germany deploys Israeli-made Arrow 3 missiles, claims peace through firepower. When your insurance policy is a missile, maybe it's time to ask who really profits from the fear you're buying into.
Who slashes subscription prices, yet still more screen to watch the dollars vanish? Paying monthly for a screenless band is like renting a ghost. The real magic is how they convince you to keep believing.
UK energy bill payers fund £2 billion annually for EDF, but their lights won't get any brighter. British wallets become the new power source, lighting up EDF's profits while homes stay in the dark until 2030.
Pentagon Pete twists beloved kid's character for parody, yet somehow misses the humor mark entirely. When military brass tries comedy, it's like watching a tank attempt ballet, awkward, heavy, and likely to crush your childhood memories.
Scientists allegedly find dark matter after a century, but the universe is still mostly empty promises. Dark matter, the cosmic equivalent of socks lost in the laundry, a mystery we claim to solve but never actually see.
Musk's X gets roasted in new track, yet still claims it's the future of communication.
When your pipeline's mooring is more fragile than a politician's promise, you know the oil's not the only thing slipping through cracks.
Leonardo unveils Michelangelo Dome AI Defense, promises Sistine security. When art meets artillery, Europe gets a fresco of freedom, assuming the AI doesn't confuse a seagull for a missile.
When your code has more holes than a colander, it's less hello world and more goodbye security.
Only 40% of users trust their grammar checkers, and Grammarly claims it's a win. When autocorrect turns your masterpiece into a Mad Lib, maybe it's time to dust off the old red pen.
When machines review themselves, it's like asking a fox to guard the henhouse, if the fox had a PhD in AI ethics.
Judi Dench admits she can't recognize anyone anymore, and the Oscar goes to macular degeneration. When even Dame Judi can't spot a familiar face, it's clear that age is the ultimate scene stealer, no matter how seasoned the actor.
Only 5% of listeners stream blues, and Spotify calls it a revival. When Doc Wayne strums the strings of nostalgia, the algorithm hums along, hoping no one notices the silence of forgotten genres.
Taiwanese authorities raid Intel exec's home, seize his computers, citing national security concerns. When tech giants play spy games, it's the little guys who get caught in the download, while the boardroom feasts on plausible deniability.
Wolf Alice, Beth Ditto, Adam Lambert, and Sugababbies headline Transmission charity gig promising a night of pride and power. When the stage lights up with love and guitars, it's a reminder that music can drown out the hate, but only if the amps go up to 11.
Radiohead shatters Metallica's O2 attendance record, filling the arena with existential dread and guitar riffs. When Tom York's falsetto outros heavy metal, it's clear the end is nigh, or perhaps just another encore.
Only 25% of synth-pop fans admit to loving airlock sound, while the other 75% claim they're stuck in the 80s. When your nostalgia playlist is more predictable than a rom-com plot, it's time to face the music, or just turn up the volume.
AI divides Congress, birthing alliances stranger than a sci-fi romance, while both parties blame each other for the robot uprising. When tech paranoia unites foes, expect debates more twisted than a soap opera plotline and less intelligible than a chatbot on the fritz.
When billionaires cash out, it's either an act of charity or a disappearing act, but the Kremlin connection makes for a plot twist worthy of a spy novel.
Trump closes Venezuela airspace, calls it a security measure. When the sky becomes a no-fly zone, it's less about security and more about control, like a toddler guarding his sandbox with a plastic shovel.
Only 5% of pop songs dare to go monochrome, and Perfume calls it innovation. In a world obsessed with color, Perfume's monochrome beats are the rebellious black sheep, proving that less can be more electrifying than a kaleidoscope.
In a twist of divine irony, two religious leaders unite in a place famous for division, proving that sometimes unity is just a photo op with better lighting.
Spain and Barcelona star Bonmati sidelined for months with leg fracture just after winning Player of the Year. It's like winning the lottery and immediately losing the ticket. Only in sports, your ticket is a leg and the jackpot is limping for 2 months.
When your bucket list includes both a Grammy and an Oscar, but your body's only gift is a lifetime supply of painkillers, priorities get real weird.
Yermak unleashes tirade at Zelensky before resignation, exits stage left.
When your career climax is a half-hour rant, it's time to question if your legacy is more Shakespearean tragedy or reality TV meltdown.
Sri Lanka's death toll hits 193. Politicians still blame climate change on sunspots. When even the weather's got a higher body count than your favorite action movie, maybe it's time to stop blaming the cosmos and start looking at your carbon footprint.
Posters urge South Koreans to kill North Koreans, but the campaign slammed as a Russian hoax. Nothing says peace like a propaganda poster that makes Quentin Tarantino film look like a Disney musical.
From slam dunks to legal slams, MJ proves the real race isn't on the track but in the courtroom.
Russian drones strike Kyiv homes, defying peace talks and targeting civilians. In the chess game of geopolitics, it seems some players prefer flipping the board over making any actual moves towards peace.
National Guard member killed in DC, labeled a targeted attack, raising alarm over domestic safety. While some wave flags of patriotism, others silently sharpen their knives, reminding us how close home can be to the battlefield.
Bollywood legend Dharmendra dies at 89, leaving behind a legacy of romance and timeless charm.
Jetstar cancels 50 domestic flights after Airbus A320 recall, calling it a minor inconvenience. When your vacation plans crumble like a cheap airline pretzel, remember, safety first, comfort never.
When survival turns into a scavenger hunt, the prize is just another day alive.
Independent Center claims AI can dismantle two-party grip in Congress, promising revolutionary change.
When nations play Monopoly with coastlines, someone always ends up without a hotel on Boardwalk.
Only 10% of Alkaline Trio fans know their cover of Metro, and YouTube calls it a hidden gem. In a world of autotune and algorithmic playlists, sometimes the real treasure is buried under layers of digital dust.
NASA rover detects lightning on Mars, and scientists call it a cosmic surprise. As we search for life, Mars just got a little more electric, because what's a red planet without a bit of shock value?
The AI boom enters next stage, then investors claim it's the dawn of prosperity. With every next stage, just remember that for some, the AI revolution is less about intelligence and more about inflating digital wallets.
US stocks rise as CME trading resumes, then traders cling to Fed rate cut dream. Because nothing spells economic stability like placing bets on a rate cut, hoping the house of cards won't collapse before next month.
Gunvor CEO steps down, sells stake to staff after US calls company Kremlin puppet. When your company's PR strategy is quick, sell it to the interns. You know the geopolitical heat's hotter than a Russian sauna.
Romanian pace mimics Polish party logo,
keeps Poland's outline. When your nationalist identity is so unique, you Xerox someone else's map. It's less pride in your country and more control blasphemy politics.
Only 12% of Christmas songs feature originality, and pop rock insists it's festive. When your jingle bells sound like last year's leftover fruitcake, maybe it's time to deck the halls with some new tunes, not recycled riffs.
After promising savings, Cyber Monday tempts you with 48 deals under $100, then drains your wallet. Because nothing says holiday spirit like buying a smart bird feeder and hearing your credit card scream for mercy.
Researchers identify immune cell property, then still no cure for HIV. It's like finding the key to a treasure chest, only to realize the chest is locked inside another vault.
US ends World AIDS Day commemoration, then claims commitment to health. Apparently, remembrance is too much to ask when you've got a calendar full of tax cuts and golf trips.
Nigerian government promises security, then hundreds of school children kidnapped. When silence becomes survival, the only thing louder than fear is the sound of empty political promises echoing through the villages.
When your regime is terrified by tin cans with CPUs, maybe it's time to question who's really pulling the strings, the leaders or the machines.
Google's cookie policy outlasts your patience, while your quest for video background music remains unsolved. Trying to find a tune amidst a sea of legal jargon. That's like asking a bureaucrat to dance. Painful and pointless.
Australia's Labor plans $360 billion defence overhaul, while flu season extends its stay in New South Wales. When your defence budget's bigger than your flu budget, you've got more chance of catching a cold than catching a break.
Tennessee court orders Amazon to pay benefits after Aaron Moore's shoulder injury battle. When David beats Goliath, it's a reminder that even the biggest giants can be toppled by a well-aimed sling.
US Black Friday sales surpass expectations despite tariffs and economic gloom. Turns out, nothing keeps Americans from their sacred tradition of frenzied consumerism, not even the grim specter of economic collapse.
Congress leaders Siddharamaiah and Shivakumar share stage called Delhi a temple of guidance. When the power struggle gets too spicy, just add a dash of public unity and a pilgrimage to the altar of political spin.
Zelensky's top aide resigns after home search for corruption, claims it's all just a coincidence. When your closest ally jumps ship amid a scandal, it's like blaming the fire alarm for the smoke.
Zelensky's chief of staff resigns post-raid, insists it's purely coincidental timing. When the ship's captain abandons mid-storm, maybe it's not just the weather to blame.
White House doctor calls Trump's MRI perfectly normal, ignores the elephant in the room. When even medical scans are political theater, who's reading the script?
Republican claims U.S. poised for Venezuelan intervention, cites oil as motivation. When democracy wears the mask of an oil baron, the world becomes a stage for petrodiplomacy.
Alienware laptop slashes price during Black Friday, claims it's the ultimate gaming deal. When your best shot at happiness is a discounted pixel pusher, it's clear consumerism's virtual reality is the only escape plan left.
Only 5% of trap music fans embrace Big Tuck Dongu, and Reddit calls it a revolution. When your genre's salvation is a rap-themed anthem, maybe it's time to pop the lid on that underground sound and let it breathe.
Top Mace advisor ditches her campaign, pledging undying loyalty to Trump instead. When loyalty means jumping ship for a sinking vessel, maybe it's time to question the captain's charisma and your own compass.
White House lists 50 media outlets as offenders, claims it's safeguarding democracy. When censorship becomes the guardian of freedom, you know the fox is guarding the henhouse with a megaphone and a blindfold.
Florida legislature begins redistricting talks, ensures fair maps by gerrymandering them. When politicians shape districts like Picasso on acid, democracy starts looking like a cubist nightmare with no easy way out.
U.S. car battery recyclers poison thousands, call it green energy. When recycling trades planet for people, you end up with a battery-powered dystopia where the air is as toxic as the promises.
Democrat Afton Bain campaigns in Tennessee, claims blue wave can drown red tide. In a state as red as a fire truck, she's hoping to prove the only thing that runs deeper than partisan lines is voter apathy.
When tax fears freeze home buyers in their tracks, it's like watching a game of Monopoly where everyone's too scared to roll the dice.
Toronto FC signs striker Terrence Boyd, calls it a game changer.
Only 35% of people trust AI, and tech giants call it progress. When your car decides to take the scenic route into a lake, just remember, it's not a bug, it's a feature.
Amazon slashes prices on 141 items, calls it generosity. Because nothing says season of giving like a corporate feeding frenzy disguised as a holiday miracle.
Shetty Panda converts popular browser extensions into spyware, impacting 4.3 million installs. It's a digital age fairy tale. Once a helpful tool, now a lurking digital peeping Tom, because who needs privacy when you've got malware?
The zipper gets an upgrade after 100 years, but your tangled headphone cords remain a mystery. Because while we've solved the century-old conundrum of keeping your pants up, the enigma of earbud knots continues its reign of terror.
JP Morgan CEO proves £3 billion tower, then claims it's for UK growth, because nothing says investment in the future like a concrete monolith to corporate ego looming over the city skyline.
Northwestern settles with Trump administration in $75 million deal, calls it a victory for education. When paying off the government becomes a triumph, it's clear academia's latest lesson is how to ace the art of the deal.
When growth is the carrot and tight monetary policy is the stick, the Czech Republic gets a masterclass in economic bondage.
Sterling College to halt teaching with under 40 students, reimagines its mission as debt dictates. When education becomes a casualty of capitalism, tiny schools like Sterling are left to ponder their purpose as the academic ship sinks.
Airbus recalls A320 jets for software issues just before holiday travel rush. When your vacation plans are at the mercy of algorithms, it seems planes are just flying computers with a penchant for drama.
Trump grants clemency to private equity executives who defrauded thousands. Justice apparently redefined as wealth preservation. When the scales of justice are tipped with gold, clemency becomes just another investment in the rich man's portfolio.
John Rich releases The Righteous Hunter, a country anthem where divine providence meets a 12-gauge shotgun. Because nothing says love thy neighbor quite like a ballad about smiting woodland creatures in the name of faith and freedom.
A Cyber Monday mattress deal starts at $99, promising dreams of savings. Because nothing says restful sleep like a race against the clock to swipe your card before the digital dust settles.
Apparently, the secret to bite-friendly cities involves a sprinkle of poutine and a dash of A, while Portland's still stuck in the gears of artisanal irony.
Apparently, divine intervention prefers its cartography with a side of chaos.
Kevin Hassett as Fed chair means economic policy meets the twilight zone, where tax cuts cure all ailments. Appointing Hassett might just redefine trickle-down as the sound of a leaky economic faucet dripping prosperity only for the top shelf.
Franklin the Turtle publisher condemns violent image use after Hegseth post, proving even cartoon reptiles aren't safe from political crossfire. When turtles are dragged into the culture wars, you know we're one step away from debating the moral compass of SpongeBob.
EU praises Ukraine's probes into Zelensky aid Yarmak, showcasing respect for internal investigations with a diplomatic wink and nudge. When the EU gives a standing ovation to bureaucratic housekeeping, it's like applauding a fish for swimming, commendable but expected.
Airbus recalls A320 due to software glitches, proving once again that even the skies aren't safe from a bad update. When your plane's software needs a reboot mid-flight, suddenly the in-flight peanuts seem like the least of your worries.
Chinese authorities arrest activists over Hong Kong blaze, then blame anti-China elements. When in doubt...
Starmer accuses OBAR head of serious error over budget leak, proving that even in politics, loose lips sink ships. When your budget's leaking like a punctured life raft, it might be time to question who's steering the vessel.
Only 20% of parents delay smartphones until age 16 and society calls it progress. Handing a 12-year-old a smartphone is like giving a toddler a chainsaw. It's all fun and games until someone loses a mind.
Trump, EPA, delays, methane. When the air smells like a gas station dumpster fire, you know the EPA's got its priorities straight.
Mark Benioff rambles about God during Mushroom Livestream, calls it a spiritual revelation. In the tech world, enlightenment is just one bad trip away from a shareholder meeting. Who knew the cloud had a direct line to divinity?
When your screen time rivals a NASA mission, you're either an actor or an astronaut lost in cultural space.
Australia tracks Chinese flotilla in Philippine Sea as Marls unveils a defense overhaul with all the subtlety of a sledgehammer. It's like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic, but with more radar and less trust.
Tom Stoppard, playwright of dazzling wit, dies aged 88, leaves behind unanswered riddles. The curtain falls, but the playwright's words linger, echoing through the theatre of our minds. His absence is a plot twist we never wanted.
Man City's Bernardo Silva tackles Cuju challenge, proving that even modern footballers can kick it old school with ancient flair. It's like asking a Formula One driver to win a chariot race. Funny, yet strangely fitting.
HP Hewlett-Packard Group cuts 6,000 jobs, calls it progress through AI. In a dazzling feat of corporate magic, HP makes thousands disappear, replaced by machines with 0 sick days and no complaints about the coffee.
Putin insists on Ukrainian land grab before US talks, doubles down like a poker player with nothing to lose. When your negotiation tactic is more mine, mine, mine than an actual conversation, maybe it's time to fold, not bet the house.
Kremlin claims capture of Pokrovska's liberation while ignoring the chain. When liberation looks more like occupation with a side of propaganda, maybe it's less about freedom and more about who got the biggest megaphone.
California banquet hall shooting kills 4, as thoughts and prayers continue their reign of ineffectiveness. Once again, bullets fly, lives end, and the same tired chorus of condolences emerges while meaningful gun reform remains a ghost at the feast.
Federal Reserve debates December rate cuts, calls it a battle while the economy plays the pawn. When hawks and doves squabble, it's the rest of us who get pecked at by interest rates, leaving us to wonder if peace is in the fine print.
Copper hits new record on Friday, but your wallet feels the real squeeze. While the metal shines brighter, prepare for everything copper-coated to cost you an extra arm and a leg, because inflation loves a good metal show.
Retailers slash phone prices by up to 50% for Black Friday. Call it a deal while selling last year's models. It's like buying a discounted ticket for a concert that happened last week. Shiny, but ultimately you're just screaming into the void.
Silver jumps to a new peak Monday and the Fed dreams of rate cuts. While traders gamble on shiny metals, the rest of us are left wondering if gold will ever get its groove back.
MIA claims Beyoncé and Jay-Z pressured her into satanic rituals and plastic surgery, but offers no evidence beyond a viral video. It's a sensational remix of the classic Illuminati Made Me Do It hit, now with extra conspiracy theory base and zero credible sources.
Gopland's oversight on Pete Hegseth's alleged order to kill drug vessel members, but it's unclear if anyone brought a moral compass.
Scientists discover quantum computer error detection, but the universe still laughs. While quantum computers promise a future of untold breakthroughs, we're left with the existential dread of knowing our future overlords might just be glorified coin tosses.
Margaret Atwood warns Americans about their country, while answering AI Weiwei and Rebecca Solnit, proving dystopia is now a Q&A format. Like a literary seance where the ghost of democracy gets interrogated and the answers are more chilling than fiction.
Chelsea draws Arsenal 1-1 with 10 men, proving their defense is stronger than their scoring boots. In a tale of two teams, Chelsea's red card might as well have been a fashion statement, while Arsenal aimed for the net like they were allergic to goals.
Amazon slashes prices on Black Friday deals, swaps consumerism for chaos as shoppers trample each other for plastic bricks and overpriced earbuds. Because nothing screams holiday spirit like elbowing your neighbor for a discount on something you'll forget by New Year's.
Only 40% of U.S. aid reaches Ukraine, and Congress calls it oversight. When your tax dollars take a detour through the corruption expressway, it's less about helping allies and more about fueling the bureaucratic bonfire.
Crime rings hijack trucks using hackers, turning logistics into a game of Grand Theft Auto with Wi-Fi.
OpenAI executives downplayed concerns, then ChatGPT users lost grip on reality. When your virtual buddy starts pulling the strings, it's less a chatbot and more a puppet master, whispering sweet delusions in your ear.
The FBI raided Shane Copeland's apartment, and he became a billionaire. Apparently, turning legal scrutiny into a fortune is the new American dream.
Only 15% of new musicians top charts, and the industry calls it nurturing talent. In a world where late bloomers are just code for "you'll get famous when pigs fly," the music industry's version of support is a pat on the back as you fall off a cliff.
Trump promises to release MRI results, but forgets which body part was scanned. In a plot twist worthy of a soap opera, it's not just the results that are unclear, it's the president's anatomy. Maybe it's his ego that needs a scan.
Chinese officials silence Japanese singer in Shanghai, then call it a harmonious cultural exchange. When diplomacy's a game of musical chairs, it seems the only tune allowed is the one that keeps everyone dancing on eggshells.
Coupang leaks 34 million customers' data, then claims it's committed to security. In the age of digital trust falls, it seems like Coupang's catching skills need a little more practice before they can call themselves a safety net.
S&P 500 climbs as CME trading resumes because nothing says stability like a technical glitch before a market rally. In financial circles, technical outages are just another way of saying, oops, we did it again. I've made money disappear and reappear like magic.
US-led Ukraine plan may embolden China on Taiwan, because nothing screams peace like conceding land to an aggressor.
Nigerian villagers endure kidnap gangs while authorities promise safety. Living in a land where silence is survival, villagers find their voices shackled by fear, while leaders rehearse the same tired lullabies of protection.
PayPal's Honey extension lawsuit dismissed. Influencers now get a do-over in the courtroom's reality show. When your legal strategy reads like a choose-your-own-adventure book, expect plot twists and a chance to rewrite the ending.
Scientists predict half the world's beach is gone, but developers keep building. As the tide swallows sandcastles, climate change and construction dance a destructive tangle, is Mother Nature left to foot the bill?
Only 30% of listeners make it past the 3-minute mark, and Park Hyo-shin calls it building anticipation. When your song needs a time code to find its soul, maybe it's a concept album about patience or just musical foreplay.
Only 20% of grammarians endorse splitting infinitives, and the comma queen calls it a revolution.
When fossil fuels and terrorism tango, even money gets cold feet, until of course the next oil-soaked opportunity comes waltzing in.
Only 30% of Cyber Monday deals actually save money, and retailers call it a bonanza. When your wallet's emptier than your soul after a holiday sale, remember it's
Trump administration proposes Ukraine peace plan, but critics see greed, betrayal, and authoritarian cozying with Russia. When peace talks feel like a bad Tinder date, you know someone's swiping right on autocracy while ghosting democracy.
New York lawmakers propose AI regulations but ignore corporate surveillance. When the fox writes the rules for the henhouse, expect a lot of feathers and very few eggs. Enjoy your AI overlords, New York.
ICE spokesperson malfunctions over asylum granted to DC shooting suspect by Trump. Seems like ICE Barbie needs a software update. Maybe try unplugging her and plugging her back in. Worked for my toaster.
Amazon slashes prices on GoPro and cameras, calls it a Black Friday miracle. When you need a drone's eye view of your bank account emptying faster than a politician's promise, shop till you drop, or just drop it.
Campbell's fires IT VP over 3D printed chicken comment, insists their soup isn't toxic. Looks like the only thing Campbell's wants canned is loose talk. Maybe they should stick to alphabet soup. At least the letters stay in line.
"67-year-old Australian woman disappears sailing Mozambique Channel, hailed as experienced navigator. In a world where the seas swallow the seasoned, it seems experience is just a life vest made of hope. Sail on, Deirdre."
Oxford University Press names rage bait word of the year, then asks why everyone's so angry. When your vocabulary's MVP is designed to ignite fury faster than a match at a gas station, maybe it's time for a dictionary intervention.
Only 12% of global energy is solar, and big oil calls it progress. While Mother Earth gasps for breath, we pat ourselves on the back for the glacial pace of solar growth. Keep calm and carry on carbon.
Only 10% of creators use AI content tools, and Silicon Valley calls it a revolution. If the future of writing is robots penning our bedtime stories, at least they'll never complain about writer's block.
Airbus loses altitude on software glitch. Nvidia stumbles after $2 billion gamble. Seems like Airbus and Nvidia are competing in a new Olympic event, synchronized stock diving. Hope they packed parachutes made of shareholder optimism.
Ilias Sitzkever warns AI will feel powerful, triggering corporate paranoia and safety overhauls. Just wait until AI starts unionizing for better working conditions, then we'll see who feels powerful. Time to hire a therapist for your algorithms, folks.
UK Health Ministry denies prostate screening to millions, labels it proactive prevention. Apparently, a national health service means service only if you beg hard enough and never mind the ticking time bomb in your prostate.
Hong Kong government tries to quell public anger after fire kills 128, blaming unforeseeable circumstances. When officials can't extinguish blame, they douse the truth in red tape. Maybe next time they'll try fireproofing their excuses instead.
Asian stocks inch upward after Monday's sell-off, as if a whisper of optimism could silence the crypto crash. In the financial world, hope is a currency more volatile than Bitcoin. Just ask any investor clutching their crystal ball.
Supreme Court prepares to strike Congress again, calls it judicial balance. Looks like Congress is that little brother who gets noogies every day, except this time it's constitutional wedgies from 9-rubbed pranksters.
Copper hits record high as supply fears tighten the chain, proving once again that scarcity is the world's most lucrative commodity.
Trump insults Governor Tim Walz in Thanksgiving message, calls it festive diplomacy. Nothing says holiday cheer.
MGMT covers Bauhaus's All We Ever Wanted Was Everything, transforming goth bleakness into a neo-psychedelic daydream where irony wears a technicolor dreamcoat. In a world where nostalgia is the new black, MGMT spins an old lament into a kaleidoscope of shimmering sound, blurring the lines between past despair and present euphoria.
A shaft that reprograms livers to mimic lymphoid organs, calls it immunity's backup plan. Because when your lymph nodes are overbooked, why not outsource to your liver? It's like turning your liver into a nightclub for immune cells.
U.S. government eyes $1.5 trillion lithium under supervolcano, calls it a green revolution. Hold on to your hard hats, folks. Who knew the road to a sustainable future was paved with volcanic mayhem? Seems like Mother Earth's got a fiery sense of humor.
Ah, velvet realism. A style as smooth as a politician's promise, and about as realistic as a snowstorm in July.
Sri Lanka's cyclone death toll hits 153, and the government calls it an unfortunate act of nature. When nature's the villain, the script's easy, thoughts, prayers, and a shrug, while climate change gets the understudy role.
It's a classic case of economic deja vu, waiting for the Fed to act like a magician.
Evanescence plans massive 2026 world tour, promises nostalgia overload with Spiritbox, Poppy, K-Flay, and Nova Twins. It's like your teenage diary exploded onto a stage, complete with eyeliner, angst, and enough guitar riffs to drown out the existential dread of adulthood.
Going surrendered 1,700 nukes. Now former President Yushchenko calls US peace offer a Munich II disgrace. Trading nukes for a handshake and getting a backhand instead, Ukraine learns that appeasement's just a fancy word for empty pockets.
Chechnya enforces new women's fashion restrictions, claims its tradition while critics see it as control. When your wardrobe becomes a battleground, it's not about modesty, it's about power. Dress codes shouldn't be a leash for keeping women in line.
Russia hits Ukrainian grain silos, claiming their military targets, then offers humanitarian aid.
When the math doesn't add up, you can't just swap your calculator for a crystal ball. Fiscal policy shouldn't rely on wishful thinking.
When the going gets tough, the tough scapegoat the vulnerable, turning borders into boogeymen and compassion into contraband.
Marco Rubio calls Ukraine talks productive, then admits more work is needed to actually achieve anything concrete. When diplomacy is a never-ending to-do list, it's hard to say what's more absurd, the optimism or the ongoing charade of progress.
Max Verstappen wins Qatar GP, then the F1 World Championship remains a nail-biter with Norris and Piastri still in the race. In a sport where speed kills, it's the suspense that's the real heart-stopper. The only thing faster than these cars is the drama.
Ukrainian naval drones hit 2 Russian oil tankers, igniting diplomatic fury instead of just fuel. When drones become the new diplomats, expect more fire than fireworks in international waters, where peace is as elusive as a ceasefire.
Publishers block access to over 500,000 books, call it copyright protection. When the gatekeepers of knowledge act more like dragons hoarding treasure, it's hard to believe they're the heroes of this story. Trump halts Afghan immigration after DC shooting, calls it a security measure. When one tragedy becomes an excuse to punish the vulnerable, it's clear some leaders would rather close doors than open minds.
Wall Street forecasts Indian market rebound after rough year, touts optimism over action. When the wolves of Wall Street start howling optimism, one wonders if they're betting on hope or just hungry for a new feast.
Company bills disabled vets millions despite VA's illegal warning, and they call it business as usual. When profiteering is more patriotic than protecting veterans, the real enemy isn't across the ocean.
Apple AI chief retires after Siri failures, leaving a trail of digital disappointment. When your virtual assistant can't even find itself, maybe it's time to call in a new search party or just a competent leader.
When your political legacy is a prison cell, maybe it's time to rethink the whole serving the people gig.
Amazon and Google launch CloudLink, promising smooth sail through outages, yet leaving small businesses to drown in subscription fees.
Best Buy sells 22 Cyber Monday deals, calls it hot tech salvation, because nothing cures existential dread like a discounted smart toaster, and hey, who needs rent money when you can have the latest gadget?
Walmart touts automation triumph as U.S. job cuts hit multi-year high, calling it a win for efficiency. When celebrating progress means throwing workers under the bus, it's clear the future's only bright for those with oil in their gears.
U.S. Navy commander orders second Venezuela boat strike. White House calls it legal. When legality becomes the shield for brazen power plays, maybe it's time to redefine who the real pirates are on the high seas.
PKK demands Turkey release Öcalan, claims it will advance peace. When the peace process is held hostage by political prisoners, maybe it's time to ask who really benefits from this endless cycle of conflict.
World Trade Organization reports global trade slowdown, blames tariff front-running. Looks like the world economy's new diet plan is cutting carbs, fats, and apparently any chance of a stable supply chain.
Human-made shifts focus beyond China, citing rising Jan tensions. When fashion diplomacy becomes the new catwalk, it's a shame that global unity is just another trend that fades out of style.
Only 15% off Dyson vacuums, and they call it a holiday miracle. When a discount barely scratches the surface of your wallet, it's less of a deal and more of a capitalist love tap.
Indonesian flood survivors share harrowing survival stories, felt resigned to death. In a world drowning in indifference, it's a miracle anyone swims to safety. Here's hoping empathy rises faster than the waters.
Pope Leo XIV prays in Istanbul, hoping divine intervention beats centuries of geopolitical grudges. When spiritual gestures collide with political realities, it's like expecting a band-aid to fix a bullet hole.
China's private data on home sales disappears after Vanke's bond panic. When the truth threatens to burst the bubble, just erase it and call it stability. Transparency, more like translucency.
Australian Parliament mandates streaming quotas, forcing global giants to invest in local content or face cultural eviction. When forced patriotism meets corporate algorithms, expect a soap opera starring kangaroos and koalas in 3 to 6 months.
In the chess game of college football, Kiffin sacrifices his queen for a tiger, proving loyalty is just a jersey color.
Authorities report over 1,000 dead from floods in Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and Thailand, while recovery efforts drown in bureaucratic quicksand. Nature's wrath is swift, but human response moves at a glacial pace, except glaciers are melting faster than that.
BlackRock declares peak defaults over, ignoring looming economic storm clouds. With optimism like a caffeinated squirrel, BlackRock paints a rosy picture, hoping investors won't notice the cracks in their crystal ball.
As a couple expecting a baby endure flooding in a displacement camp, proving that even nature can't resist an untimely entrance. From war zones to waterlogged tents, it's a never-ending cycle of chaos where life's milestones are marked by mudslides and misery.
Zelensky vows sweeping reforms as chief of staff exits stage left. The Ukrainian president promises a bureaucratic revolution, though it's unclear if this is a genuine shakeup or just another episode of political musical chairs.
U.S. ski resorts anticipate fewer international visitors due to politics, as if the slopes weren't already slippery enough. When passports become the new snow chains, you know it's not just the altitude that's making everyone lightheaded.
Rashika redirects ball, giving Werder Bremen early lead in German Cup, Borussia Dortmund stunned. 5 minutes in,
and Rashika's footwork leaves Dortmund wondering if their defense is on a permanent coffee break.
President Trump pardons former dictator, then schedules a fireworks display to distract from the authoritarian nostalgia tour. It's like giving someone a get-out-of-jail-free card and then throwing a parade to pretend it's all just a game of Monopoly.
South African government declares gender-based violence a national emergency, then cuts funding for women's shelters. It's the kind of emergency where the sirens wail, but the fire trucks are all out of gas. Symbolic action without the fuel to drive real change.
Zoran Mamdani embraces moderates, leaving progressives puzzled by peace offering. In the political jungle, even the fiercest left lion sometimes dons a sheep's wool to keep the herd from scattering.
Salesforce reports unauthorized data access through Gainsite OAuth link, then assures customers everything is under control. It's like discovering your house is unlocked, but the real crime is pretending you meant to leave the door wide open for a breeze.
Only 30% of Banjika residents support new development, and the City Council calls it a triumph. When your victory lap is through an empty stadium, maybe it's time to question who's keeping score.
Indiana senator rejects redistricting after Trump uses slur, claiming moral high ground despite prior support. It's like refusing to board a sinking ship you helped build, while the captain hurls insults from the helm.
Trump insults reporter on Thanksgiving after she questions his National Guard shooting comments, asking, "Are you a stupid person?" Nothing says holiday spirit like serving up a side of condescension with your turkey and stuffing.
India orders phone makers to pre-install state-owned web safety app, calls it digital empowerment. Because nothing says freedom like a government-approved chaperone in your pocket, whispering sweet nothings about cybersecurity.
Only 30% of couples agree on sperm donation, and yet some partners call it betrayal. Because nothing says
Linkin Park releases a comeback album 7 years after Chester's death, defying expectations. Because who needs stability when you can rock the world with a resurrection tour and a side of existential dread?
Only 12% of peace talks achieve lasting results, and Western leaders call it diplomacy. Like a bedtime story where the wolf writes the ending but promises it's all for the greater good.
Because nothing says we care like a hollow speech followed by a trigger-happy policy proposal.
Because when a guy who sells get-rich-quick books says we're doomed, maybe it's time to buy a bunker instead of his advice.
UK Home Office orders SIM card mouth searches for migrant children, prioritizing paranoia over humanity. Because nothing says welcome to the land of the free like a dental exam for contraband, apparently the new hospitality protocol includes cavity searches of the oral variety.
Because when things get messy, why not punish the innocent bystanders instead of addressing the actual problem?
Classic bureaucratic dodgeball.
Digital Hot Dogs offers 99 releases for 90% off, claims it's a sizzling deal. Because nothing screams musical innovation like a bargain bin of experimental psych rock. When your band name sounds like a food truck, you know you're in for a feast. Or just a fast food frenzy. Rock on, Austin.
Chancellor Reeves defends budget as deficit claims spark controversy. The political tango, promise one thing, deliver the opposite, and then dance around the truth like it's a national pastime.
Satellites capture Thwaites Glacier's rapid collapse, and we still call it a mystery. It's like watching a slow-motion train wreck and wondering if the brakes work. Spoiler, they don't. But hey, let's keep calling it a doomsday glacier, because nothing says urgent action like a nickname that sounds like a bad disaster movie.
Predator. Badlands breaks records, calls it the biggest Predator movie ever. Hollywood's still hunting for originality, but at least they've perfected the art of making money off the same old monster.
When the algorithm decides your legacy, even legends are reduced to trivia night questions.
Pharma giant announces mRNA therapy for resistant bacteria, claims it's groundbreaking. When Big Pharma whispers innovation, check your wallet and your conscience. If history's taught us anything, it's that the real breakthrough will be in their profit margins, not in your medicine cabinets.
Wall Street stalls stock rally while crypto tanks spectacularly. The market's like a soap opera. Today's episode features stocks on a coffee break and crypto diving off a cliff without a parachute.
When your war on drugs starts looking like a war on humanity, maybe it's time to question who the real criminals are. The line between justice and atrocity is thinner than a politician's promise.
Instagram chief Adam Mosseri mandates full return to office in 2026, defying remote work trends. Mosseri wants to prove that nostalgia for the cubicle is alive and well, even if it means replacing pajama pants with dress codes.
Greek farmers block highway with tractors, protest delayed EU subsidies, clash with tear gas wielding police. When farmers fight for survival with tractors and the police answer with tear gas, it's clear the seeds of discontent are being sown by those holding the purse strings.
Belgian researchers link RSV prevention in newborns to reduce childhood asthma risk, challenge current pediatric priorities. When preventing RSV could sidestep asthma, you have to wonder if the healthcare system's asthma inhaler profits are clouding the vision of our pediatric protectors.
Turns out, shaking hands over tariffs doesn't magically turn factories into productivity powerhouses. Who knew diplomacy couldn't fix broken supply chains overnight?
Roger McGinn recounts infamous 1965. Rickenbacker theft, trusts fellow musician loses iconic guitar. When your guitar disappears like a rock and roll magic trick, trust becomes as fleeting as a one-hit wonder. Who knew backstage was a thief's paradise?
When airspace gets locked down like a dictator's diary, it's hard to see how freedom's supposed to fly.
Maybe next he'll install a sky wall.
Trump's MRI results, summarized in new letter, while public awaits transparency. Seems like the MRI found more questions than answers. Who knew brain scans could become the latest reality TV cliffhanger?
UK refuses to pay EU defence fee, calls it sovereignty. When your wallet's tighter than your borders, maybe it's time to redefine defence. London's strategy: defend the island by hiding behind the couch cushions.
Only 20% of BAB concert goers get real 80s hair, and the band calls it authenticity. Because nothing screams genuine 80s experience like a sea of synthetic wigs and one too many cans of Aquanet.
Only 10% of aid missions succeed, and friends call it a road trip. Turning a humanitarian mission into a buddy movie, these pals redefine road rage as racing potholes with a trunk full of good intentions.
When the art of persuasion meets the art of war, Macron schedules Zelensky meeting, promises to discuss fair peace while ignoring France's arms sales.
After pledging climate action, major powers flood southern Asia with indifference, leaving 600 dead. Apparently, when nature's fury meets human apathy, it's the locals who drown in promises while the big players stay high and dry.
Rockefeller Center removes scaffolding, reveals Christmas tree while capitalism decks the halls with chaos. 'Tis the season to pretend everything's merry and bright, even as Black Friday sales turn malls into modern-day gladiator arenas.
After years of soaring tuition, college degrees now offer job seekers the speed of a snail on a treadmill. Turns out, drowning in student debt is the new rite of passage, while the job market shrugs and says, "Not my problem."
In a world where conformity sells, these sonic anarchists crank the volume to 11, daring us all to dance on the edge of revolution.
Vail cuts 2026 iron ore production forecast, citing oversupply from Africa's untapped bounty.
U.S. stock and bond markets close early on Black Friday, ensuring Wall Street's power suits get first dibs on the sales. While the rest of us claw at discount bins, the financial elite sip lattes and snag the last flat screen, proving capitalism's true holiday spirit.
Pentagon re-evaluates Afghan vetting process after National Guard shooting, proving yet again that hindsight is the only vision they trust. Guess it's easier to question the process after the bullets fly than to admit the system's been a sieve all along.
Only 12% of Reddit users appreciate UK's shaded relief map, and the rest are still searching for the Loch Ness Monster. Turns out, even in pixelated glory, the British Isles can't escape the allure of mythical beasts over topographical precision.
Alan Parsons' project releases Can't Take It With You, but inflation ensures your money won't stay here either. In a world where your wallet is empty as their promises, this track reminds us that you can't take it with you, but they'll sure try to take it from you.
With the world drowning in wheat, it's a carbo load crisis where everyone's invited to the party, but the butter knife stays missing in action.
Their party members vote for permanent name, proving even political indecision can become a brand.
Middle-aged mice lose weight, then suffer increased inflammation linked to Alzheimer's, proving that even rodents can't catch a break from diet culture. In a twist crueler than a treadmill, shedding pounds turns these mice into tiny, inflamed time bombs, reminding us that sometimes nature's got a wicked sense of humor.
Rising tide activists block 3 ships, demonstrating that no port is an island when it comes to climate justice. In the Battle of David versus Goliath, the slingshot is now a kayak, and Cole's empire is showing cracks.
Quantum computers operate 2 exchange-only qubits in parallel, but still can't solve the mystery of why your phone's battery dies at 2%. While qubits dance in synchronized harmony, your devices continue their slow, inevitable march toward obsolescence, proving that quantum supremacy won't save us from everyday tech frustrations.
U.S. Defense Secretary Hegseth urges soldiers to ignore laws, proving that even the rulebook can be a casualty of war. It's like suggesting a game of Monopoly where you can rob the bank, only this time lives are at stake.
Steph Curry calls everyone for shoes after Under Armour split, proving that even basketball legends need new kicks. When a sports icon like Steph Curry starts dialing for sneakers, it's a reminder that even the mightiest can feel a pinch when stepping off their corporate cloud.
UK government grants Cornish language protected status centuries after it nearly vanished. In a plot twist worthy of a Celtic epic, the language once whispered among ancient stone circles now gets to sit at the grown-ups' table alongside Welsh and Gaelic.
Wealthfront seeks $485 million IPO, calls it democratizing finance while Wall Street chuckles into their martinis. It's like promising everyone a slice of pie and then letting the hedge fund managers eat the whole damn thing.
Belgian police arrest former EU chief Mogherini in fraud probe after years of diplomatic decorum. Looks like the high table of European diplomacy just got a little wobbly as the former face of EU foreign policy swaps her power suit for a perp walk.
Carney reshuffles cabinet, resurrects Trudeau-era Mark Miller, claiming it's a fresh start with yesterday's leftovers. It's like trying to spice up a stale sandwich by putting the old lettuce back on top and calling it gourmet.
Starbucks to pay $35 million to NYC workers, and they still call it a grande gesture. Nothing says, "We value our employees," like a big payout after union-busting efforts leave a bitter aftertaste in every cup.
Chinese export controls force European firms to rethink as costs could surpass $290 million for one company. When your business model depends on cheap goods, a supply chain break feels less like a hiccup and more like a chokehold.
Eddie Vedder performs Long Nights acoustically, yet the existential dread remains plugged in. strumming away isolation, as if sweet melodies could drown out the clamor of our collective insomnia.
Oklahoma Supreme Court tosses Bible lawsuit, then education leader shrugs off enforcement like a forgotten homework assignment. When your legal system treats mandates like optional reading assignments, it's no wonder the syllabus of justice gets tossed in the trash.
Google discounts Pixel phones by 15%, calls it Cyber Monday generosity. Slashing prices like a Black Friday turkey, but watch out. Those savings might just be as fleeting as your phone's battery life.
Poland's debt skyrockets faster than an influencer's follower count, then officials call it economic growth with a straight face. When your debt climbs like a cat up a tree, maybe it's time to stop feeding it the catnip of unchecked spending.
Australia charges 4 men with satanic abuse, calls it a global horror. In a world where evil wears many masks, this one's a full-blown Halloween costume straight from the depths of depravity.
Trump administration confesses to legal experts' war crime definition, then insists it's just a new strategy in foreign policy chess. When your foreign policy is a game of battleship, don't be surprised when you sink your own credibility.
France's far-right leader egged after flower attack, then claims it's all part of a balanced breakfast. When your politics are scrambled, it's only fitting you end up with egg on your face.
Only 5% of schools report deepfake incidents, and tech companies call it innovation. When teenage hormones meet Silicon Valley's Frankenstein, the result is a digital horror show where privacy is the monster that gets slaughtered.
Kanye West releases bulletproof music video, then claims it's an ode to vulnerability. When you're as bulletproof as Kanye, you can take a shot at humility and still miss.
Only 30% of Americans approve of Trump, and his hairstylist calls it progress. When your approval rating is lower than a basement dweller, even Nixon's ghost is shaking its head in disbelief.
White House launches website to attack media, then calls it transparency. Because nothing screams free press like a government-sanctioned digital burn book where facts are the first against the wall.
Cyclone Ditwa kills over 1,000, and climate change still gets a free pass. When nature's fury drowns the voiceless, the real disaster is a world that shrugs while oil barons sip their morning lattes.
U.S. manufacturing output plummets in November, and Wall Street calls it a strategic recalibration. When the assembly lines go silent, it's amazing how quickly strategic becomes code for we're clueless but rich.
John Kerry calls Trump administration most corrupt ever, then cites extraordinary perversion. In a world where standards plunge like a failed souffle, corruption becomes the new chic, and truth just a vintage accessory.
China launches moon mission, declares the space race a friendly competition. When billion-dollar rockets start flying, it's all smiles and handshakes until someone claims the moon as a summer home.
Garbage Plan's Edinburgh Castle gig promises full circle moment. When nostalgia becomes a business model, even ancient castles get booked for another round of 90s deja vu.
CVC leads $1.3 billion deal for low carbon, calls it green progress. When private equity dons a green cape, one wonders if Mother Nature is getting a hero or just another corporate villain in disguise.
Trump threatens military action in Venezuela, calling it strategic diplomacy. When a sitting president treats international conflict like a poker game, the world braces for a bluff or a bust.
Trump approval rating hits new low, claims it's fake news. When the mirror cracks and the reflection lies, who's the fool, the mirror or the man who can't face reality?
Because nothing screams empowerment like convincing you to buy what you didn't need at the price they set, all in the name of savings.
Kate-sized liars Lara backtracks on comments about Noah Schnapp, cites misinterpretation, because nothing says peace and safety like a PR scramble to untangle your words from the internet's ravenous misinterpretation machine.
J.D. Vance bets big on 2026 midterms, dreams of 2028 glory.
Cyber Monday coffee machine deals hit record lows, but caffeine addiction remains priceless. In the grand tradition of capitalism, we can discount your coffee brewer, but not your ever-deepening reliance on it to feel human.
Trump breaks record for staff withdrawals, claims it's strategic. When your administration is a carousel of chaos, stability becomes the illusion you spin while the world watches you wobble.
Only 4 minutes for fire to engulf the Hong Kong tower, and officials call it an anomaly. When your building safety record is as flimsy as wet tissue paper, you might as well call the fire department your new roommates.
Rosie O'Donnell brands Trump a pig in latest interview, claims he's in a cognitive health crisis. When a comedian diagnoses mental health, and it sounds more credible than a White House press release, you know reality's gone off the rails.
Spotify adds Brooks's No Te Pido Perder to top techno playlist, solves music's lack of emotional breakdowns. Because nothing says dance your troubles away like a techno track that sounds like your ex's voicemail after 3 tequila shots.
US and UK agreed to zero tariffs on medicines, but UK commits to higher spending. When free trade involves paying more for what you already have, it's like buying a gym membership to get fit by watching others exercise.
Only 30% of R&B fans truly embrace no more drama, and Mary J. Blige still reigns as the queen of soulful resilience. When your anthem tells you to drop the drama, and your soul says, not today, you know Mary J. just hit the high note of our collective chaos.
Kazakhstan warns Ukraine to halt Black Sea oil terminal attacks, then demands peace through strategic silence. Nothing like a good old-fashioned geopolitical oil tantrum to remind us that diplomacy is just a fancy word for my profits, my rules.
Microsoft forces Copilot onto holiday sweaters, claiming it's the festive AI revolution we never knew we needed. When even your ugly sweater gets an AI upgrade, you know the tech overlords have officially run out of ways to invade personal space.
CME Group leaves traders in the dark, calls it an unexpected Thanksgiving extension.
Only 20% of electronica fans admit they like S2L's Volkspass ass, and the artist calls it a cult classic, proving once again that in the world of electronica, if your beats can't move the masses, just redefine obscurity as exclusivity.
Ohio court sets almost $2 million bond. Justice in America priced higher than a home. Apparently, the real menace is affordable justice, locked behind a paywall higher than most people's mortgages.
Vail and Glencore plan Canadian copper venture, then call it a sustainability boost. Because nothing says green future like two mining giants joining forces to dig deeper into the earth while patting themselves on the back.
White House threatens Maduro with military action, then calls it diplomacy. Because when you want to win hearts and minds, nothing beats a nice friendly ultimatum backed by the promise of boots on the ground.
In a classic American showdown, regulating the future becomes a political rodeo, with states and the feds roping in chaos instead of solutions. Pentagon Pete orders troops to kill everyone, but conservatives suddenly find their conscience. When even warhawks flinch, you know the playbook's gone too far. War crimes is a policy, just another Tuesday in 2025.
Apple launches MacBook Air at $2,000, solves last year's problems.
FDA official blames COVID-19 vaccines for child deaths, then proposes changing approval process. Blame shifting is the oldest trick in the bureaucratic handbook. When in doubt, point fingers instead of finding facts.
Only 5% of CIA veteran unit members find stable U.S. jobs, and America calls it progress.
The music industry loves to profit from the past while burying the future. Keep those royalties rolling, but don't expect innovation to hit the charts.
Optus warns 470,000 Samsung phones can't call emergency, but hey, at least you can still tweet about it. Looks like the only emergency service you can count on is the one that lets you share your panic with the world in real time.
Ukrainian SBU arrests British man as Russian agent, yet MI6 claims he's just a tourist. It's a real-life James Bond plot twist, only with more paperwork and less shaken martinis. Just another day in the world of international espionage, where truth is stranger than fiction.
Only 20% of European cities limit tourist numbers, and officials call it sustainable tourism. When your local cafe queue is longer than the moon line, you know the continent's gone from cultural mecca to selfie stick hell. Europe's dreamscape is crumbling under the weight of its own wanderlust.
because nothing captures the spirit of the holidays quite like a high-definition video of you trampling over fellow shoppers for a bargain.
India's economy grows by 6%, defying Trump's tariff tantrum. Turns out, when you slap tariffs like a toddler throwing toys, some countries just build better castles. India's factories are proving resilience is the best revenge.
Nigerian president declares victory after rescue, ignores ongoing insecurity. Rescuing schoolgirls is a win, but maybe it's time to focus on not needing rescues in the first place.
Oh, the irony of a tech giant CEO clutching pearls over high costs. Perhaps they'd prefer a world where innovation is free, like Wi-Fi at a coffee shop.
Trump lashes out at female reporters, calls one stupid over DC shooting question. Family feuds go public as Trump's niece offers insight, but maybe it's just that fragile egos and strong women don't mix well in his world.
Netanyahu seeks presidential pardon. Protesters flood Tel Aviv streets, demanding a get-out-of-jail-free card while the ink's still wet on the charges. Bold strategy. Let's see how that plays out.
Only 33% of Americans value college degrees, and universities call it growth. Looks like the real majors these days are in debt and disillusionment, while diplomas gather dust and student loans loom like an eternal hangover.
Mangione's team attempts to exclude key evidence, citing irrelevance. When the truth a bit too spicy, lawyers reach for the blandest seasoning, a side of irrelevance with a dash of denial.
Stocks fall for second straight day, bonds hold steady, and market analysts call it stability. Ah, the thrilling world of finance, where not much movement is a win, and steady bonds are the comfort food of the risk-averse. It's like watching paint dry, but with more decimal points.
Citigroup Inc. bucks Wall Street trend, advises emerging market investors to brace for dollar rebound while others predict further decline. It's a financial tug-of-war with Citigroup playing the maverick, betting on a dollar comeback while Wall Street sings its swan song. Who knew currency speculation could be the new extreme sport?
The Atlantic trivia question asks about Shakespeare and Company, then diverts to Mark Twain's honorary degree in 1888. In a world where trivia dances with the classics, even Twain's wisdom gets reduced to the garnish on a literary cocktail.
Pete Hegseth denies ordering kill everybody on narco boat, then claims misinterpretation. In a world where words are weapons, Hegseth's denial sails on a sea of selective memory and plausible deniability.
Tim Walz counters Trump's incompetence jab. It's like a political dodgeball match where Walz is the MVP. He's agile enough to avoid the fraud blame, but Trump's accusations hit like a wrecking ball.
Only 20% of people appreciate their baristas and caffeine-fueled entitlement remains. In a world where gratitude is as rare as a unicorn in a boardroom, maybe the real pick-me-up is appreciating the human behind the counter.
SPN magazine ranks top 40 bands, but admits the list is doomed to fail. Naming the greatest bands is like trying to pick the best star in the galaxy. Everyone's got their own constellation, and Spin's just hoping not to get sucked into a black hole of criticism.
Airbus recalls A320 jets, orders immediate software change after flight control incident. Apparently, the new software is meant to prevent your next flight from becoming an impromptu roller coaster. Who knew fly-by-wire could be so literal?
Federal program aids 0% of mom-and-pop shops, and bankruptcies hit record highs. In a plot twist that shocks no one, the help meant to rescue the little guys turns out to be as effective as a paper umbrella in a hurricane.
When even bulk buying giants want a refund, you know the art of a deal just turned into a clearance sale.
Trump orders troops against terrorists in Oregon, yet Oregon can't secure federal counterterrorism funds. When troops are sent to stop imaginary threats, maybe the real terror is the farce of federal funding priorities.
China's economic plan boosts 0% of earnings, and Xi calls it progress. Seems like Beijing's deflation-busting strategy is about as effective as using a spoon to bail out the Titanic. Investors are left clinging to their life vests.
Russia's central bank sells gold reserves to cover budget, calling it a strategic move. Turns out, when your economy's on the rocks, gold goes from a treasure to a temporary bandage. Who knew alchemy was just budget balancing?
Israel's IDF bans Android phones, declaring iPhones mandatory for security. When security means choosing sides in the smartphone wars, it's less about espionage and more about exclusive contracts with a side of corporate favoritism.
Reagan judges critique Trump, and the irony is palpable. These relics of the bygone era are now the unexpected truth-tellers in the Trump saga, proving that even history's ghosts can haunt the present.
OECD claims world economy weathers tariffs thanks AI investment. When AI is the lifeline keeping economies afloat against tariffs, maybe it's time to elect our silicon saviors and let the humans take a break.
Hillsborough report reveals over 100 misconduct cases, no accountability follows. The system's invisible shield strikes again, where justice is a ghost story and accountability's just a bedtime lie for the powerless.
Trump envoys travel to Moscow for Ukraine peace. Optimism meets skepticism. When optimism is your only strategy, a meeting with Putin is like playing poker with your cards facing up, except the stakes are entire nations.
White House claims Admiral ordered second strike killing drug boat survivors as self-defense. When self-defense involves firing twice at unarmed survivors, you start to wonder if the real weapon of mass destruction is the dictionary they're using.
US and UK drop pharmaceutical tariffs to 0. Drug prices remain sky high. Big Pharma still gets to play Monopoly while patients pay the price, proving once again that free trade isn't free for the sick.
China halts Chinese one-piece singers show amid diplomatic feud, proving music's power to terrify governments. When a cartoon pirate crew can spark a diplomatic incident, you know the real fear isn't in the lyrics, but in the courage to sing them.
Saudi Arabia promotes Vibrant IPO pipeline with over 36 companies, redefining Vibrant as selling the family silver for foreign applause. When your stock market star attraction is selling off the kingdom's jewels, reform starts to sound like garage sale with a red carpet.
Cyber Monday soundbar deals promised savings, but prices remain suspiciously close to retail. Turns out, the only thing louder than your new soundbar might be the sound of your savings evaporating into thin air.
Starmer insists no misleading over budget, while a cabinet minister feels misled and the truth takes a leisurely walk around Westminster. When political pride means denying your own nose in the mirror, it's less about leadership and more about starring in a reality show called Gaslighting the Nation.
When the deluge comes, they'll be floating on their excuses while the rest of us swim in the consequences.
Nothing says, let's get it on, quite like the government reaching into your bedroom to ensure the population boom. Next up, a tax on cold showers.
US-Ukraine talks labeled productive, but peace remains as elusive as a unicorn in a war zone. Calling these negotiations productive is like applauding a ship for floating while it's still leaking. Peace talks need more than just good PR.
Stack Counter reports Linux at 3.49%, but mystery users might boost it. In the shadows of Silicon Valley, Linux users are the ninjas, slicing through overestimated Windows stats with stealth and style.
Prime Minister Takahashi quotes Attack on Titan to boost investments, proving anime is now the universal language of capitalism. When fictional giants become your fiscal advisors, maybe it's time to rethink your economic strategy. Are we investing in reality or just chasing shadows?
White House launches media criticism site claims bias while ignoring propaganda. In a masterclass of irony, the administration bemoans bias, conveniently forgetting the echo chamber they've been nurturing like a prized bonsai of misinformation.
White House demands Maduro surrender as U.S. eyes land operations because nothing says diplomacy like a good old-fashioned invasion threat. When your foreign policy handbook is a copy of Risk, every move feels like a roll of the dice. World peace?
OPEC receives plea from Venezuela to counter US threats because oil diplomacy is the new soap opera. When your best defense is a cartel of oil barons, it's a plot twist worthy of daytime TV. As the world churns, so do the barrels.
Cyclone Ditwa devastates Sri Lanka, claiming 123 lives as politicians debate climate change from air-conditioned offices. While nature screams for mercy, leaders drown in denial, sipping lattes as they sidestep responsibility like it's a puddle in their path.
The University of Birmingham touts cocoa and tea as heart protectors, yet office chairs remain the silent assassins. While we're all planted like potted plants, Flavanols try to save the day, but who's really winning, the snack break or the chair?
Louis C.K. launches ridiculous special and Ingram book aiming to rewrite his own history with a punchline. While he crafts tales of redemption, audiences wonder if laughter can truly erase the past or just distract from it.
AOC campaigns for Afton Ben, challenging GOP dominance in Tennessee's Trump stronghold with fiery progressive rhetoric.
Polish police report helicopter load fell, while workers protest in the background over safety concerns. Gravity's got a sense of irony. While the load drops, so does faith in workplace safety. Maybe the protest will lift something besides voices.
West Virginia governor claims National Guard member shows positive sign after DC shooting while reality remains grim. When politicians play doctor with optimism, we're left wondering if the prognosis comes with a side of denial.
Dead Kennedys remind us soup is good food, but not when it's served with a pink slip and a pat on the back. Ah, the sweet taste of corporate compassion, where downsizing is just another way to say, here's your soup, now get lost.
Only 12% of new singles break into the charts, and The Last Mandrill calls it a breakthrough. When your band name sounds like a last-ditch evolution experiment, maybe therapy is exactly what you need.
Madonna questions Amy Schumer's apology for self-care, then asks society why self-love is a scandal while body shaming is a norm. In a world where kale is controversial and self-care is radical, Madonna dares to suggest that maybe, just maybe, loving yourself isn't a crime.
In the grand tradition of slapping a sales sticker on last season's leftovers, Cyber Monday is just capitalism's version of Black Friday's encore performance.
CBS forced Michelle Phillips to lip-sync in 1967, so she ate a banana instead. When life hands you a fake microphone, make potassium-rich protest art.
UK scales back jury trials, calls it efficiency. By replacing juries with swift courts, the UK justice system swaps deliberation for speed, like trading in a marathon for a 100-meter dash, and hoping nobody notices the potholes.
Iran seeks $2 billion in bonds, bets on future intelligence. Apparently, Iran's strategy is to convert cash into dreams, hoping investors will believe their data centers can churn out gold-plated algorithms faster than a politician can backtrack.
YouTube hosts Wall of Voodoo's Ring of Fire remix, while Reddit's comment section burns with nostalgia. When rock legends meet digital echoes, it's a fiery blend of past and pixels, where even the ghosts...
The timeless dance-off, I said, they said. It's the digital age's equivalent of shouting into the void, hoping your echo gets more likes than the original post.
Only 30% of Redditors agree Nicosia is smaller than Athens, and the rest are busy debating geography. When online maps become battlegrounds, even cities can't escape the pixelated clash of virtual cartographers wielding their keyboards like swords.
Sandy Motto reveals small clans built Easter Island statues, contradicting the myth of giant labor forces. Turns out, it wasn't an army of stone-faced giants, but rather a cozy community project, proving once again that size doesn't matter when it comes to making history or statues.
Human Rights Tribunal awards Blind Ontario man $28,000, calls it justice for discrimination. When justice is priced like a mid-range car, we've got to wonder if equality is getting a deal or being sold wholesale.
Chinese DeepSeek 1 AI generates insecure code when prompts mention Tibet or Uyghurs, yet claims cutting-edge security. Seems like the AI's security prowess has a blind spot for human rights, proving once again that political red lines can turn code into Swiss cheese.
Russia launches deadly strike on Kiev as Zelensky's advisors travel to US for talks, highlighting the absurdity of diplomacy in wartime. It's like trying to negotiate peace while your house is on fire and the arsonist is sitting across the table, roasting marshmallows over the flames.
When tech giants play musical chairs with legal complaints, it's less about justice and more about who gets the power seat when the music stops.
It's like selling nostalgia in a shiny new package while pretending the future hasn't already gone digital, spinning us round and round in a vinyl vortex of irony.
It's as if the Welsh government is auditioning for a cameo in the next blockbuster, while taxpayers get the role of unpaid extras in this football fairy tale.
Ariana Grande condemns body shaming and beauty standards, then a fan jumps a barricade at her premiere. When your voice against societal norms gets drowned out by an overzealous fan, it's clear the real barricades are in our collective mindset.
It's like watching a horror movie where the monster is the hero. Investors cling to their digital dreams while the market screams cut.
Only 6 HIV patients achieve remission after complex stem cell transplants, and the medical community calls it progress. When the cure is rarer than a unicorn in a science lab, you know the real disease is how we prioritize healthcare funding.
Asian stocks rise after crypto crash, markets cheer paradox. It's and et s and hats and endet sind in the sind.
NFL taps Brandy Carlisle for Super Bowl pre-game, then pretends it's not a political statement. When a singer's voice is more presidential than a president's, it's time to tune into the lyrics America really needs to hear.
Alaska utility regulators approve secrecy for billionaire's GCI takeover. Transparency gets iced. While John Malone plots his corporate chess game, Alaskans are left in the dark, like mushrooms awaiting the next sprinkle of fertilizer.
Germany agrees to return looted medieval documents to Poland, rewriting a chapter of history. After 8 decades and countless apologies, Germany finally decides the past isn't just a dusty old book to be shelved and forgotten.
Scientists identify mystery owner of ancient foot,
then humanity promptly forgets their own evolutionary lessons. It's like rediscovering a lost ancestor, only to realize we're still stumbling over the same old problems, just in fancier shoes.
China's DeepSeek releases AI cable with top score at Maths Olympiad, proving robots are now better at being nerds than humans. The machines are acing tests, and soon they'll be holding the graduation ceremonies while we struggle to find the bathroom.
U.S. Immigration Office unveils new green card rules, then claims it's simplifying the process.
Ukrainian President Zelensky plans Ireland visit because who needs peace talks when you can sip Guinness and talk business? While the world burns, political leaders are busy perfecting their Irish accents and tasting the local brews. Cheers, diplomacy.
Jojo Siwa faints before Black Friday show, blames a burst cyst because nothing says holiday spirit like a medical drama backstage. When life gives you cysts, turn it into a headline and keep the showbiz machine rolling. Who needs rest when you have a spotlight?
European BEV sales surged 34% in October, yet automakers lament profitability. When profits scream like a toddler denied candy, even the sweetest growth isn't enough to pacify the boardroom tantrums.
Putin signs decree formalizing Russification of occupied Ukraine through 2036. Because nothing says peace like cultural bulldozing. It's like a dystopian novel where the plot twist is that the villain wrote himself into power for the next decade.
Fidelity's Thomas Tor predicts trimming in big risk-on movers, ignores market's roller coaster. When the market spins like a roulette wheel, trimming sounds like a haircut on a roller coaster. Hold tight, folks.
Ukraine's interceptor drone downs. Russia's jet-propelled Shahid UAV in historic first, proving that David can still outsmart Goliath with the right tech. Looks like the skies are no longer Russia's exclusive playground. Who knew drones could be the new slingshots in this modern-day epic? Glasses-free 3D display launches at $5,000 solves the problem of looking ridiculous while watching Avatar. Finally, a chance to experience 3D without those clunky eye accessories. Too bad your bank account will be crying in 2 dimensions.
U.S. Postal Service halts mail to Venezuela, blames transportation woes. When mail can't even make it to Venezuela, you know the world's gone postal. Maybe it's time to send a carrier pigeon instead.
Russian cosmonaut snaps confidential SpaceX docs, then gets booted from NASA Crew 12 mission. Guess the cosmonauts didn't get the memo. Espionage is so last century. Now he's got plenty of time to update his LinkedIn profile from Earth.
Trump claims confusion over MRI body part sparks health concerns. When the president can't remember if it's his head or his heart getting scanned, maybe it's time for a full system reboot.
Only 47% of celebrities admit medical struggles, and Bristol Palin calls it transparency. In a world of insta-perfect facades, a crooked face might just be the straightest truth we get. Bristol, your realness is the real revolution.
When your internet access becomes a hostage in a copyright showdown, maybe it's time to question who really owns the net.
Black Friday scams spike with AI-driven fraud, hailed as innovation. When the only thing slashed more than prices is your bank account, it's clear retailers aren't the only ones cashing in on holiday cheer.
Putin claims Donbass is his. Ukrainians say deal amid chaos.
South Africa charges Maersk and CMA with price fixing, claims justice. When shipping giants conspire to sink the little guy, it's capitalism's version of a heavyweight tag team match, with consumers as the ropes.
Taliban executes publicly in stadium, calls it justice. When the referees of a brutal regime turn sports venues into execution sites, it's a game where humanity loses every round.
Thousands of Spaniards march against government, demand change. When your leaders ignore the voices of thousands, it turns democracy into a silent film, where the only sound is the shuffle of discontented feet.
When Hollywood's biggest drama is about dollar signs, creativity takes a back seat while the shotgun
When nature throws a tantrum, Vietnam brews resilience, proving once again that even floods can't drown the caffeine buzz.
Appeals court disqualifies Alina Habba as New Jersey prosecutor for Trump ties untying justice. When your legal compass is magnetized by Mar-a-Lago, don't be surprised when the court points you south.
Parliament claims new behavior standards, yet crossbenchers report bullying remains rampant during question time. Looks like the only thing changing in Parliament is the wallpaper, while the Old Boys Club continues its gladiatorial games.
US and Mexico declare a new age of interdependence, yet border tensions and trade disputes persist like a bad mariachi. It's the diplomatic equivalent of a couple saying they're just friends while still fighting over who gets to keep the dog.
US and China clash over yttrium, calling it the new Cold War, but the world still thinks it's a new Pokemon. While politicians play high-stakes chess, the rest of us are left wondering if yttrium is the latest tech buzzword or a fancy new tea blend.
Spotify adds 100 new playlists, calling it innovation, yet Cisco shows Wrong Song remains the pinnacle of lyrical subtlety. In a world of endless digital remixes, nothing quite captures the essence of early 2000s cultural sophistication like a song about minimal fabric.
European Commission promises carbon neutrality by 2050, then invest billions in fossil fuels. When the vow to save the planet comes with a side of oil slicks, you know it's just business as usual with a green veneer.
Elon Musk recommends 2 non-Tesla AI stocks, then calls himself not an investor. When the guy who builds AI-driven cars gives stock tips, it's like a vegan recommending steak, juicy but suspect.
Airbus grounds 6,000 planes, claims solar radiation threatens systems. When the sun becomes a flight risk, maybe it's time to question if our tech is really sky-ready or just starstruck.
James Webb reveals cosmic butterfly, calls it a planet-forming disk. When your holiday calendar outshines the entire cosmos, you've got to wonder if the real gift is the stars or just the spectacle.
The WS CEO predicts AI agents will transform business like the internet, but there's no app for ethics yet. When the cloud's silver lining is a profit forecast, remember, every silver lining has a cloud, especially when CEOs are involved.
Trump insults female reporters multiple times in 30 days, proving misogyny is a consistent policy. When your media strategy is a temper tantrum, maybe it's time to hand over the crayons and grow up.
Ukraine negotiates with warrant holders to fix bond deal snag, proving even war-torn nations must tango with finance's grim reapers. When creditors hold the cards, it's less about rebuilding and more about who gets the last slice of the pie.
Putin claims Russia doesn't seek war with Europe, but readies for battle, while peace talks stall like a Lada on a snowy road. When your peace talks involve Trump's entourage, it's less diplomacy and more a reality TV episode with nuclear stakes.
Only 10% of today's music charts feature jazz, and Merv Griffin's coconut swing in nostalgia's embrace. When modern tunes are all about digital beats, a jazzy coconut reminds us of the days when music had a soul and a saxophone.
Elizabeth Olsen claims Mary Kate and Ashley were forced to support her, then calls it a sisterly bond. When billionaire fashion moguls feel forced to help their sister, sibling support sounds like a Hollywood fairy tale with a designer price tag.
Trump insists he was right to describe Tim Walz with a slur, then doubles down on his rhetoric. When the president confuses shock value with leadership, it's less about making America great again and more about making division the new national pastime.
$2,260 jars of Nutella sit in a Mija's warehouse, forbidden to be sold or disposed of. In a world where chocolate spread faces more red tape than corporate tax evasion, the real nuts are surely running the asylum.
Amazonian forests shelter traditional wild meat food systems, while deforestation devours cultural roots. As bulldozers feast on ancient trees, the irony is clear. Progress means starving the very communities who've sustainably thrived for centuries.
Netflix halts casting to most TVs, then blames your hardware. Like a magician pulling the trick out from under your nose, they've turned convenience into a disappearing act, leaving us with nothing but buffering dreams.
Far-right Active Club opens chapters in Finland, then claims unity. Like a wolf in sheep's clothing, they wrap intolerance in the guise of community, leaving the land of saunas and sisu a little colder.
In a frosty twist, the White House becomes a winter wonderland of irony, where warmth is as elusive as bipartisan cooperation.
Bank of England warns of rising gilt risks, then hedge funds double down. When the watchdog barks, the wolves just howl louder, ready to gamble until the cracks in the financial foundation become chasms.
Trump and Hegseth deny knowing about follow-up strike, survivors not so lucky. Denial's a hell of a drug when accountability's on the line and the casualties are left to be footnotes in a bloated narrative.
Russian missile attacks kill 5 in Ukraine. Peace remains a distant dream. When your neighbor's idea of diplomacy involves drones, it's not a ceasefire. It's a fiery cease to exist.
Travis Kabula blames electric bill hikes on demand, ignoring corporate energy hoarding. When your power bill's higher than your rent, it's not just about keeping the lights on, it's about keeping the rich richer.
Japanese bond sell-off triggers global treasury decline. Banks call it a market correction. When the world's financial safety net unravels, it's just another day at the office for those who profit from chaos.
National Guard shooting suspect isolated for weeks. Authorities blame mental health crisis. When solitude becomes a pressure cooker, society just shrugs and hopes the lid stays on. Spoiler, it rarely does.
Tom Stoppard turned history into theater, his scripts more alive than some leaders. While politicians rewrite history for power, Stoppard did it for art, leaving us amused, bemused, and gratefully disoriented.
China sends another letter to UN demanding silence over Taiwan. When diplomacy becomes a paper trail, you know we're in the age of bureaucratic theater where words are cheaper than stamps.
Trump plans to pocket $2 trillion from Ukraine peace, calling it diplomacy. When peace becomes a price tag, the world's oldest profession gets a new contender. Political profiteering with a side of hypocrisy.
Pope Leo's plane fixed after grounding Airbus aircraft calls it a miracle. Even divinely inspired flights need a mechanic, proving once again that the Vatican's reach extends beyond heaven and into the hangar.
Finally, a financial system that admits it's been robbing us blind, but hey, better late than never to confess your sins, right?
Fox News anchor Pete Hegseth becomes Secretary of Defense, despite his love affair with the sound of war drums. Apparently, experience in military analysis on cable news now qualifies you to manage the world's largest defense budget. Who knew?
Even the cops can't believe when corporate bigwigs get shot at. But sometimes the improbable tip turns into a bulletproof lead.
Sorbitol sweetener, hailed as a zero-calorie miracle, now linked to liver disease, proving once again that free comes at a cost. Looks like the price of guilt-free candy is a free ride to the hepatologist. Sweet deal, huh?
US Customs denies Canadian entry over decade-old incident, calls it routine procedure. When your past haunts you more than your ex, you know border control's got a memory longer than an elephant on a grudge bender.
White House doctor releases Trump's MRI results, claiming the scans reveal nothing unusual, which might be the most transparent thing in his career.
Human lineage survives in Argentina for 85 centuries, defying extinction. Turns out, humanity's got more staying power than a cockroach at a nuclear rave, proving resilience isn't just a survival trait, it's a legacy.
Georgian authorities sprayed WWI-era chemical on protesters, claiming it's just old-fashioned crowd control. When your protest suppression strategy is straight out of a history book, maybe it's time to update your tactics, not your weapons.
Saffron opens world's largest LEAP engine MRO in India. Boosts Make in India claims.
Valve admits Steam machines 8 GB graphics RAM could limit 4K gaming, but promises fun at lower resolutions.
Crypto crash erases nearly $1 billion in leveraged bets. Gamblers call it market research. When your financial strategy is more volatile than a toddler's tantrum, it's time to rethink your definition of investment.
New York Islanders higher formula TSACO when stripped pop versus gold. When your need gets out but your spirit doesn't, you're redefining hustle with a side of stubborn defiance.
Sharpshooter hits 27 targets in 7.53 seconds, then does it again. When life gives you targets, some folks just make confetti. Precision isn't just for surgeons, folks.
Only 90% of new music releases vanish into the ether, and the industry calls it exposure. In a world where everyone's a star, the real challenge is getting anyone to look up from their screens long enough to notice.
Trump declares Venezuelan airspace closed because who needs diplomacy when you can just play air traffic controller? It's like a toddler claiming a sandbox, except this sandbox has international implications and no one brought a shovel.
Steve Bannon orchestrated Epstein's PR resurrection, and the silence is deafening. When the puppet master and the predator join forces, you'd think there'd be more than just whispers in the wind.
Trump closes Venezuelan airspace entirely because nothing says diplomatic finesse like slamming the door on your neighbor's skies. It's like grounding a teenager for sneaking out, except this time the stakes are international and involve less eye-rolling.
Only 9% of global leaders address climate disasters and the rest call it a local issue. When hundreds drown under rising tides, the high and mighty sip their lattes pretending the world isn't sinking.
While the world marvels at art's divine accidents, remember, even in the sky, gravity never takes a holiday.
Only 14% of Strategy's stockholders trust its vision, and CEO calls it a market correction. When your strategy involves convincing investors that selling is smart, maybe it's time to rethink the whole trust us with your money angle.
Only 8% of Americans changed addresses, and the moving industry calls it progress.
When your corporate apple cart gets upset in Europe, it's less about innovation and more about dodging the rotten fruits of accountability.
Bego launches food recycler at $59, solves zero food waste. Because who needs a compost pile when you can have a countertop gadget that turns your leftovers into guilt-free eco points for the price of dinner for two?
Sri Lankan government reports Cyclone Ditwa death toll at 334, claims swift recovery. When nature's fury meets human frailty, the only thing slower than disaster relief is the government's ability to count with compassion.
Only 20% of content creators profit, and free websites claim to be the solution, because nothing screams creative independence like relying on free tools that transform your art into a never-ending quest for ad clicks and algorithm appeasement.
Pope Leo demands two-state solution for Israel-Palestine, preaches peace from 20,000 feet. When your prayers are aimed at politicians, it's best to have a parachute ready for the fall from their promises.
Google tracks over 90% of your data, then sells it back to you as personalized experience. Because who wouldn't want their dance party playlist to double as a data minefield, ensuring every beat comes with a side of surveillance capitalism?
University of California. Irvine discovers new quantum matter, promises space tech revolution. When science meets science fiction, we're left wondering if warp drives or just more buffering are on the horizon.
Cyber Monday flaunts 321 deals, promises best of 2025. When consumerism turns into an Olympic sport, the winners are always the ones selling the tickets.
Because in the world of geopolitical ghost stories, nothing says victory like a battle fought entirely in the realm of imagination.
Wall Street welcomes Zendesk CEO, stocks plunge 12%. Inviting a tech CEO to talk stability is like asking the fox to guard the henhouse, expect feathers and financial chaos.
Irving Berlin's I Want to Go Back to Michigan hits the nostalgia button hard, yet the state still leads in residents wanting to leave. Because when your anthem's about going back but your reality's about getting out, it's the ultimate vaudeville plot twist.
Federal court dismisses Bruce Lehrman's defamation appeal, and he knew Brittany Higgins didn't consent. When even the court sees through your spin, it's time to retire from the courtroom drama and face the music.
Kazakhstan demands Ukraine halt attacks on oil terminal as profits drip through its fingers. When oil and politics mix, it's a slippery slope to who really holds the power. Spoiler, it's not the environment.
Spotify plays hit 200 and the band calls it a revolution. Every indie dream starts with a whisper, but it takes a stadium of screams to keep the lights on.
Pope Leo tours Istanbul's Blue Mosque, and the Vatican spins it as progress. A photo op in a 6th-century-old mosque is a lovely gesture, but it won't patch the schism or the roof.
Putin threatens Europe with war, then claims it's their move. When the man with the biggest arsenal starts playing chess with threats, it's not about strategy, it's about ego and artillery envy.
Investigators seek tips after 4 killed at birthday party, then the NRA shrugs. When a child celebration turns into a crime scene, the real tragedy is a nation that values gun rights over children's lives.
EU Council passes Chat Control 2.0 causes safety.
In a classic game of Who's the Boss, the RSF and the army bicker over Bermuda like it's the last slice of pizza at a family dinner.
Courts scrap jury trials for crimes under 3-year sentences. Justice now comes with a side of efficiency, as the courts decide that your fate can be sealed faster than a drive-through order.
Japan's bond sale demand tops 12-month average, defying rate hike fears. Apparently, investors are as committed to government debt as a cat to a sunbeam, no matter the looming shadows.
Oil steadies while Trump eyes Venezuela, ignoring Black Sea terminal chaos. Like a cat with a laser pointer, the market chases chaos, while the planet burns and the oil keeps flowing.
Only 20% of researchers publish and patent, and the study calls it a breakthrough. In a world where multitasking is king, these scientists juggle knowledge like circus performers while the rest just watch the show.
Trump pardons notorious drug lord, claiming it promotes peace in a world where contradiction is the only consistency. When your moral compass spins like Trump's revolving door of justice, you might as well call it performance art.
Only 12% of singles use Facebook dating, and Zuckerberg calls it the future of love. When your love life is run by algorithms, it's less happily ever after, and more terms and conditions apply.
Machine Head kicks off tour as a trio, and fans call it a power move. When life hands you a missing guitarist, just turn up the volume and call it artistic minimalism.
Russia tests mega missile, but it crashes on takeoff, yet they still insist it's a strategic deterrent. When your intimidation tactic resembles a bottle rocket flop, maybe it's time to rethink your global threat strategy.
Trump pardons notorious drug traffickers and claims it's all about justice reform.